Hola, buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos a la quinta edición ya de Galicia Sportech Congress, desde la Facultad de Pontevedra, aquí en la ciudad de Pontevedra, en Galicia, España. Para nosotros es un placer poder llegar a todos vosotros a través de las cámaras y contaros un poco lo que van a ser estas 3 jornadas apasionantes, donde vamos a tocar un poquito todos los palos del mundo de la industria del deporte, ¿no? Hoy empezaremos con una jornada apasionante, una jornada 100% online, donde hablaremos en primer lugar de vehículos de inversión. Después hablaremos un poquito de los programas de aceleración que nos podemos encontrar y después acabaremos con 3 mesas redondas muy interesantes tocando a todos nuestros compañeros que llevan todo lo que es innovación a nivel mundial, tanto en Asia como en Europa como en Latam, ¿no? Si queréis seguir el Congreso, pues va a haber, aparte de la jornada online de hoy, va a haber las 2 jornadas presenciales, de mañana y de pasado mañana, pero que sepáis que todo el Congreso va a ser retransmitido vía streaming, ¿no? Agradecer al Ayuntamiento de Pontevedra estos 5 años de Congreso y el apoyo a todos nuestros patrocinadores. Van a pasar por el Congreso más de 70 ponentes, más de 40 startups. Aquí presencialmente tendremos 2 escenarios, uno en el que nos encontramos ahora y otro va a ser una sala, showroom, donde vamos a poder tocar, ver y conocer mucha tecnología en el mundo del deporte, ¿no? Y sin más, vamos a pasar a la primera mesa redonda. Vamos a hablar de los vehículos de inversión y doy paso, que creo que ya estás por ahí, a Juan Fuentes, al que agradecer estar con nosotros todos los años, ya es un clásico del Congreso, y presentará ahora pues a todos los que van a intervenir en la mesa redonda.
Gracias, David. Thank you, David. And now switching into English. This is Juan Fuentes, a proud Galician from Vigo. It's a pleasure to be here introducing the first panels of the 5th edition of Galicia Sportech, one of the most consolidated sports tech summits in Europe. And it's a great pleasure to introduce this panel. The first one is going to be about sports investment vehicles. To stage very interesting venture capitals, but also as co-chairman of IBAN Sports, which is a new committee from IBAN, the European Business Angel Network, that we will present today. It's a real pleasure as well to welcome here today the IBAN General Director, Jacopo, and the IBAN board member, Odra, which is also the co-chair of IBAN Sports with me. So we will start with IBAN and IBAN Sports to introduce the audience, this new committee, investment committee of the European Business Angel Network. And with no further ado, now I will leave the floor to Jacopo to introduce IBAN as well, to put us in context and why we are now creating as well a sports tech investments committee. So Jacopo, if you want, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Juan, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to join you, and thank you to Juan for the introduction. Great pleasure to be with everyone here that's a fan of technology and of investment in sports. I'm the managing director of the European Business Angels Network, which is an association based out of Brussels, but representing angels all over Europe. We got started to spread and divulge the movement of angel investment across the European continent, where at the time it was almost absent. And a lot of our early years really consisted in working with people across Europe and helping them start clubs of business angel investors and then learn how to professionally manage and grow those entities, as well as become professionals in the world of angel investment. We're a network. We bring together roughly 120 members from around all of Europe. We do a lot of activities that have to do with connecting the community, educating the community, and also representing the interests of the world of angel investors towards especially the European Union institutions, hence why our headquarters are in Brussels. If you go on the next slide, you can see in a nutshell who is part of the IBAN network. We bring together mostly clubs of investors based primarily on the European continent, broadly intended, not just the European Union. Within IBAN, in our membership, we also include other early stage investors as actors. So these are, for example, venture capital funds. We have examples of startup accelerators and venture builders that are investing in companies early on. We also have a few governmental entities, part of IBAN, working with startups or to support investment in those companies. And a series of actors that are ultimately all interested in backing young companies in a fairly early stage of their life, and supporting them with not just capital, but more importantly also with connections and mentorship towards being a successful entrepreneur. And if you go on the next slide, you can see a bit the different activities that IBAN does. I've already mentioned we work quite a lot with helping angel networks build entities and build their networks. We call that capacity building for angel communities. We do that in a series of ways. Primarily, it's through awareness raising and knowledge transfer of how to set up and run a professional group of angel investors. Secondly, we do quite a lot of work in sharing knowledge, and we do that all with the intent of providing the latest professional standards and the latest best practices when it comes to investing in startups or when it comes to managing networks of investors. So we train and educate through various formats those audiences. As I already told you a little bit about our community, and we have built this community also to support cross-border investment. That is something we believe very much Europe needs, and European companies benefit from having access to our market, and they can have an easier time accessing the different countries across Europe if they have investors on the ground to work with. So we support cross-border deals in our community by giving visibility to startups in front of the investment audience that we bring together, be it during our annual events where we host pitching sessions or being throughout the year when we do them online. And if you go to the next slide, you can see that we do quite a lot of activities bringing people together through mostly 2 big annual events that we run every year, the next of which is happening in June, on 3, 4, 5 of June in Copenhagen, Denmark. And our second annual event, which always happens in Brussels in October, which is the European Angel Investment Summit. These are events that bring together people, ultimately with the goal of establishing the trust-based relationships investors need to have before they explore cross-border collaborations and obviously also investment activity. We do quite a lot of work also to mentor and educate the founders. And we do that mostly powered through different donors and sponsors, including the European Commission, with whom we have a variety of projects that are targeting entrepreneurs and supporting them in becoming so-called investment ready. And I wanted to leave, for last also the very important work we do at IBAN on a sector and thematic basis to connect our ecosystem. And today we're launching one of our newest communities, which is IBAN Sports, which we will hear a little bit more about now in a moment, but it goes very much along the lines of promoting across Europe a network that brings together investors as well as stakeholders in the ecosystem that are supporting either entrepreneurship or investment, and work together and work beyond our local geographies and our local communities. And that is very important work that we're pursuing at IBAN, also on a sectorial and thematic basis to have even more impact and make our efforts really matter and count. So I think with that, I'd like to thank Juan for organizing our participation at this conference, and thank you to the hosts of the Galicia Sportech Conference for inviting us here today. I'd also like to thank Audra Shalal from our IBAN board, who is co-chairing IBAN Sports together with Juan. And finally, thank you guys again for the opportunity. And I'd like to pass it back now to Juan to continue with the presentation and give you a little bit more insights on what we're doing at IBAN Sports. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jacopo. And now me as a moderator, I will take the hat of co-chair of IBAN Sports, because me as an investor, as a cross-border investor, I joined the Finnish Business Angel Network, where I had the pleasure to meet in so many events to IBAN managers, Odra, Jacopo, and talking to them, I realized that there is a lot of consolidation in sports. My thesis is purely investing in sports, cross-border investments. And this is when talking to Odra, the co-chair of IBAN Sports, is a very experienced investor and community builder. We realized that there is a lot of consolidation within Europe in sports tech, and I think the agenda of today really proves this consolidation. And we realized and we started to materialize, but today we kick off, which is the IBAN Sports Committee. And for that, we just wanted to give some highlights on what we see or how we see this consolidation. First, from the ecosystem side, it's been years since there are more and more funds that are only investing in sports tech. As a matter of fact, we will have a conversation with 3 of them from different countries. Then you see also a lot of organizations, sports clubs, sports leagues, federations running incubation programs and accelerator programs, which again proves that there is a lot of demand and in different innovation initiatives. So there is a consolidation from the offer and from the demand side. And then you will see as well with the numbers that we extracted from different researches, the market growth of sports tech as such, also the market itself, the market numbers, and also the amount of emergence and acquisition value, which is reaching almost 30 billion euros. And of course, also the forecasted growth for the next years to come, which is going to be tremendous. In terms of market as well, it's very interesting to highlight that this does not only target the startups here, not only target the end users, but also fund and executives. So there is 3 verticals where startups can capitalize. It's not only about funds, even though a lot of people will think maybe startups related to fund base that really need innovation and startups to drive more efficiently their sport organizations. And also, from the startup side, we also have seen over the years more and more emerging unicorns all across the globe. These are some of the unicorns that emerged in Europe over the last years, in Finland, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Many of them dedicated to wearables. And it's something that is very relevant. And in terms of segments as well, you see technology, which is smart stadiums, performance or fitness, both hardware and software that are driving a lot of growth. And also in terms of sports, of course, football as the king sport is always driving growth for innovation and startup, but also basket, cricket, and tennis and paddle. And also important to highlight, especially from a pro level, there is a lot of more opportunities now also with the consolidation of women's sports, professional women's sports growing globally in terms of audiences, attendance, and also people practicing. So just because we have seen and analyzed this consolidation, we have started to analyze and to invest in more and more startups. That's why Odra and we realized that it will be really interesting to really kick off this IBAN Sports Committee to centralize all the investors that are members of the IBAN networks, and even further that wants to get to know the best cases, the best startups, and of course give the startups as well a floor, a room to address investors that are very interested in sports industry. And with no further ado, now I'm gonna leave it to Odra, who will share as well how do we see the different segments and verticals, and as well what's the activities that we're gonna develop with IBAN Sports in the first months. So Odra, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Juan. I wanted to take a look at the sports innovation matrix in the IBAN Sports, to let you look at how it illustrates the interconnected landscape of stakeholders and technologies, driving the innovation in the sports industry. At the center of this matrix is IBAN Sports, serving as a hub that connects various key players, including investors, athletes, sport organizers, and spectators. Each of these groups plays a crucial role in fostering and benefiting from innovation. The investors are obviously very essential in providing the necessary funding for emerging technologies and startups, helping to propel the industry forward. Their support enables the development of groundbreaking solutions that enhance athletic performance and enrich the spectator experience. The athletes are the end users of many of these innovations, utilizing tools designed for performance enhancement and training. Technologies like the smart equipment and clothing provide real-time data and helping athletes optimize their performance. On the organizational side, sports organizers leverage the technology for more efficient event management and to engage fans more effectively. This leads to a more immersive experience for spectators who are increasingly seeking interactive and engaging ways to connect with their favorite sports. This matrix also highlights key and innovative technologies such as the analytics and big data, which provides insight into performance and fan behavior, and sports medicine tech that focuses on injury prevention and rehabilitation. Finally, we see the rise of the AR and VR and e-sport, which are transforming fan engagement and creating new avenues for interaction, blending the lines between traditional sports and digital experiences. So in conclusion, the Sports Innovation Matrix showcases the dynamic interplay between these stakeholders and technologies, illustrating a vibrant ecosystem that not only enhances the world of sports, but also presents significant investment opportunities. On this slide, we're showing how that we had, Juan and I had put together a steering committee of very active players in the sports investment landscape. Edgardo de Fonseca, is a former rugby player and professional player, and he also has invested in and has quite a diversified portfolio. Paul Ricard in all of these racetracks, has also been doing a lot of innovation in powertrains and the motorsport, but also has diversified and has had 20 plus exits in his portfolio. Daniel Kulig also, who is very much had been involved in managing sport industry companies, and has also been involved in a lot of investments in biometrics and sport performance, has also been very active. Albert Kolber, who's also very active and a fan of the football, and also was very involved with La Liga and many other initiatives, is also taking part, from Spain. And Hadki Ratko, also from Switzerland, that has made quite a few investments and exits its sport industry. Nina Rautanen is also quite an ecosystem builder from Jyväskylä with Business Jyväskylä, where Jyväskylä, Finland is actually, their 4 pillars are in sport, health and well-being, and cybersecurity and sustainability. And they have done a lot of innovation bridges also, with Spain in Bilbao and Seville in enhancing innovation. And Ron Malhotra, who also is very has a wonderful SportsX platform that helps us know more on the statistics and the data. So we put together this steering committee of diversified, also coming from different parts of Europe, representing Switzerland and Finland and France and Spain, and is that we will be having a set of different initiatives to bring more deal flow through the EBAN for investors through different pitch events, Pitch and Connect series, also having different sport tech boot camps in order to help with the early stage boot camps and also with the scale up stage. Also having different webinars on different themes within the sport tech investment, and also different workshops either on the entrepreneurial mindset or professional athletes having better diversified portfolios and learning more how to invest their financing in different sectors. And we also are quite an active community where through WhatsApp groups and different community meetings, we will come together to be able to share these different initiatives. We also have looked at different road shows. So, for example, in EBAN Congress, where we will be having an Explore Program Day, where we'll be on site with the Olympic Committee and the DIF, the Innovation Lab, Danish Innovation Lab, in order to share innovation, share different deal flow, and to bring together different investors. But also at Jyväskylä, there's the business rally that is with the backdrop of all the rally drivers with Secto Finland. And that's where we can be on the special stage, but also we're having a pitching event, and that's where we also are having one day where we will be with the KIHU, the Olympic Center, having a sports day also, and sharing innovation that's happening there along with other investors. So and we plan to do this across Europe. So we also are here to also spotlight all of the innovation and the different initiatives taking place in the different parts of Europe. And Juan, if you would like to, to close, to talk about the membership and how to join, I'll leave that. Very quickly also, just that, as I close, but having talked about the EBAD sport matrix and all, I myself have been a professional classical ballet dancer, a high-level fencer who started at, 48 years old and qualified for the World Championships at 53. So it is possible. We are all kind of very passionate athletes. Also at horse show jumping. But this is also us as investors, sharing our passions of our athletic experiences, and also, our newest passions of wanting to foster innovation. Okay, I give it back to you, Juan.
Sure, it's very inspiring always to hear from you. And yeah, basically the network is already starting, kicking off, and any IBAN member network and angels that belongs to those networks are more than invited to join for free through the QR code that I hope you can all see. You can join the community directly. If there is any investor that is interested, that is a non-member of IBAN, they can also apply and join any IBAN member network to then have automatically as well granted the access to IBAN Sports. And of course, for any startup interested in looking for investment, we have a database built in Dilum where we are eager to always get cases, analyze cases, and drive value for them in terms of investments, workshops, as Audra was commenting before. So the network is starting as of today, and we hope to build within all of these member networks that Jacopo was mentioning, more than 100, and all the angels represented there to track them to IBAN Sports if they have any interest. And of course, from the startup side, we hope to bring together investors that are interested in the vertical that can provide as well as smart capital to drive innovation in Europe, which is what this is about at the end of the day. And with that said, I'm just gonna close the first part of the presentation of this panel, this introduction panel, which was presenting IBAN Sports. And now to show as well in the value chain of investment as well, the next stakeholders, which are very relevant in investment after angels. We have called upon 3 venture capital firms from different countries in Europe that are also investing specifically in sports tech. So I'm gonna introduce to Michael, Simon, and Mark. Michael represents SC Ventures, Simon the Factory VC from Norway, and Mark Pulsar VC. So first I would like to ask you gentlemen if you can introduce yourself, also your venture capital firm, your thesis in terms of stage geography, so everyone has more or less a clue on what are you up to, whom do you represent, and how have you become working or a partner or a director in your venture capital firm. So Michael, if you want, we can start by you. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me. I think I have another background than normal ventures funds. I'm a former professional goalkeeper, so I've been with Liverpool, Southampton, and FC Copenhagen, and then I've been running an agency helping athletes. So I was the founder of People in Sport, who helped over 700 athletes. So that's sort of my background into this. I also have a law degree, specializing in negotiation. So I was studying while I was playing football. But that's, as you can see, many years ago. And then last in 23, end of 23, I was contacted by one of the biggest tech investors here in Scandinavia, called Frank Lyne, who already has a venture fund in Scandinavia dealing with secondaries. We decided to look into the sports sort of sector and whether we could do some sports investments together. And after some months, we decided to look into if we could actually start a sort of a sports tech venture fund. And that's why we sort of started SC Ventures. SC Ventures is a 50 million euro fund. We have not yet made the first close. We are a quarter of the way, I think, of the 50 million euros. Going really well. We have only athletes or other professionals as LPs in our fund, which means that we will utilize the network that everyone has. So we have you can only be an investor in our fund if you have a background in sport. That could also be for everything from an athlete to basically a sports surgeon or someone dealing with sports data or whatever. So basically that's the foundation of our fund. The reason for this is that we actually want to utilize the network. So when we get cases in, we are going to have experts almost within every field, as you mentioned, the different sectors in the sports tech. So we can actually ask and get advice from our investors who are experts within their field. So that could be performance tech or whatever. So basically that's the how we see the network. And then we're going to invest in of course only sports related companies, and we also need all our investors to help opening doors. So we are very much and that's why it's called SC Ventures. So we are going to build a sports community so we can in that way help the companies that we are going to invest in the best possible way. And just to finish it off very quickly, then we are gonna sort of look at seed. So we're very much looking at product market fit, so we can sort of help the companies boost from that. But we need a product so we can see that it's actually been working. Because that way we can use our network to help the companies in the best way.
Thank you, Michael. Very interesting fund emerging from Denmark. Thank you for all the information. And now I will leave the floor to Simon as well from Norway. So Simon, if you can introduce yourself, the VC, the thesis, and so for the audience to know.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. So my name is Simon Ruud. I work for the Factory VC and Accelerator. So a bit about my background. I used to be a professional skier, so I had a ski scholarship in Salt Lake City, Utah. So I was skiing around the US and Canada for 4 years. And I also worked for an accelerator for 1 year during school. And in 2016, I got back to Norway. My ski career was over. But I met Ingar and Hans Christian. They are the CEO and the co-founder of the factory, and I've been in the factory for 10 years now. And we started as fintech factory, so we have a portfolio of 80 companies, but most of the portfolio is from fintech. So we invested in around 40 fintechs. I think we hit that wave pretty well. And the next trend we saw was PropTech, so real estate technology. So we did a lot of investment in that field as well. And now, for the last year, we invested in sports tech. So we already have a portfolio of 7 startups within sports. And we are a pre-seed fund, so we invest, but also we have these accelerator programs around each batch. So our plan is to do another round of accelerator programs and invest in the sports tech participating into this program. So right now we are looking for investors to invest into our fund, so we can scale and do more investments into new sports tech. But we also want to do follow-up investments in the portfolio we already have in sports. So we are based in Norway, Oslo, and we invest in Nordic sports techs. But we are open for all investors to join the fund. So that's short about us.
Thank you very much, Simon. We will get back to you later. And now, Mark, if you can introduce yourself as well, and Pulsar will be great for the audience to know.
Hi everyone, Juan, thank you for having me today. I'm Mark Liepens, I'm Manager Director of Pulsar VC. We're a global investment venture company. I personally worked in the intersection of venture and sports business for a long time. And finally, I can say I focus on sports and entertainment last couple of years. So as I said, we are a global investment venture company. We operate in Europe, Western, Eastern Europe, in Asia. We operate in Japan. It's also Brazil, GCC, and GCC region. Sports entertainment is one of the industry we're interested, we invest, and we develop business. Also, we operate in fintech, prop tech. Historically, we used to invest in agri-tech and travel tech, and also mobility logistics. It's second hot topic for us for past 2 years. So we prefer to invest in seed Series A companies. And I think I can tell about it later, but we try to build infrastructure for our businesses, for our companies. We're building infrastructure for sports, entertainment, for mobility logistics, and we help companies, startups to grow even before we invest. So it's kind of, it's kind of mission first, and second, it's the way how we test the solution. How we try to organize pilots before we invest. That's how we collect a lot of data. We try to find looking for startups mostly in Europe and USA, and we help them to enter new markets like Japan, like Brazil, GCC region. That's briefly about us. So we invest deal by deal, depends on the industry, depends on the deal. And now we're discussing with two different funds. So Simon, I know the field. Thank you for having me. Let's continue.
No, it's a pleasure. Thank you, Mark, for joining, and it's very interesting as well to see how your VCs, the tap into different maturity of startups from pre-seed to Series A. And the first question I would like to ask you is about the startups, because I assume, of course, you have seen a lot of deal flow. So with all the verticals of sports tech we introduced, me and Audra through Even Sports. Which are the ones that you think has they are more promising, for investment, and that are more interesting to you nowadays as a VC? So if you want maybe to follow the order, Michael, to share or comment on this.
Yes, I think a lot of things will happen, as we can see also with AI, and I think some of the ideas that 2 years ago seemed quite good might be overtaken by AI, but we split it into sectors as you probably did as well, and I think a lot of sort of want to sort of see how we can use sort of AI also to integrate into that one. But for sure, there will come some venue tech in, because I don't think all of the clubs are sort of they're not up to the sort of the tech standard yet as they could from other sectors. So I definitely believe that venue could be a focus point. Of course, the whole performance analytics, sort of the data from that, of course, will be developed also with the help of AI. So we are looking at many things, and of course, the whole wearables as from that will probably be something that continues in that way. For us, it's a matter of saying, okay, you only have 24 hours a day. So even on the most professional sports clubs, where do you stop the whole data thing? Because sort of from a practical point of view, some of these things might be good, but is there enough time to process it and actually put it into use? So that's some of the things that we're looking into and say, okay, where can we actually see where the biggest difference can be made for whether it's athletes or for the clubs, or whether it's just because that's what we are looking into as well. Just the average sports consumer that can use all of these. So it's not only for elite sports, because I think sometimes we have a focus that it's only elite sport that can benefit from this. But I think, or we think that it can actually benefit sort of everyday health as well, where it's not only elite and professional sport, but it's also people who just want to become better in their sport.
Yeah, totally agree. I agree with you. If you can apply something from elite sports to grassroots sports or to the mass consumers, there is much more of a potential there. If you want Simon to comment on this, on verticals you have invested or you see more potential as well.
Yeah, I think Michael, he touched on a lot of the trends, I will say, but I can add more maybe into what he talked about in the last part there. You know, recovery and wellness tech. I think the technology will be so mainstream. So there's devices that will be like everyday use kind of thing, because it's not like you need to go to the doctor maybe in the future to get a treatment for stuff. You can just have this. The technology will be so hands-on and so advanced that you can be home and kind of do your treatments. So like we invested in FlexBeam, Martin Ødegaard, Zuccarello, a lot of big to do treatment more efficient. And it doesn't only apply to the athletes, it applies to me, my mom, my dad, my grandmother, because you can use it for everything, you know. So I definitely think we will see more of that. So yeah, that's my perspective on that.
Great. Mark, I don't know what you want to add on that, or how do you see the verticals? Which verticals are you investing in more, or you find more interesting to your fund nowadays?
Yeah, since we are working, since our partners mostly sports organizations like football, basketball, and different type of organizational sports, we focus on B2B. So of course I believe in B2C, but in Pulsar we believe in this let's say partnerships and in this connection between venture capital and sports. So and what I personally see, we're interested in fan engagement 100%. And different types of solutions in sports management and operation segment. So it can be marketing, ticketing, merchandise, sponsorship. So I see how important it is for clubs, leagues all over the globe. So now it's crucial even for sponsors. So in fitness and wellness, we can see potential incorporate fitness wellness. So as a performance, of course, sensor devices, different equipment, analytic systems, recovery, injury prevention. So we see potential actually in each industry, in each like sub-segment of sports tech, because it's still like undeveloped industry in terms of innovation, digitalization. but we try to focus on B2B solutions, which we can test and implement. So, and we have a strategy, one segment or one sub-segment, one startup, obviously, so to minimize internal competition. And now we have, now we discuss with partners 3 deals. One is analytics, and potentially in near future it will be more than an analytic tool. It will be medical tech, health tech, and injury prevention tool. So another company, it's sports. It's kind of a legal tech, sports tech. So we see a lot of things that we can fix inside sports organizations. So we believe this type of instruments, this type of solutions. So, and also ticketing, merchandise. So but we try to focus this moment on these segments or sub-segments I mentioned.
Perfect, Mark. It's very interesting what you gents are commenting, because I always say the best innovation happen across sectors. So I see also most of you, like focusing on sports, but as well applications on health, which can, maximize as well the markets and so on. So it's very interesting. So I will jump into the next question, which is my favorite across, let's say, specialized funds, which is value generation. How can a Sportech specialized fund bring value to their portfolio, to the startup ecosystem? And some of you already commented, Michael, Simon, things that you will be doing or you are doing, but I would love if you could elaborate, maybe starting by Michael, with these great LPs that you are in your network, how you want them, or how you want to, through your fund, to bring value to your future portfolio.
Yeah. First of all, we're using, as I said, the network and the LPs to sort of help us. We call it a practical due diligence. So if we have athletes, we actually have someone who can test if it's a wearable or data or something that can be tested by athletes. We can do that from different sectors, because we have sort of different athletes from different sports. So that's the first one. But we can also use it because we are aware that our sort of investors, they don't know everything. So we are aware that it can also be that a new thing comes in, and they say that will never have a chance in that sector, but we will still look at it. But they're sort of the information they give can be valued if we can see if it can actually become a success anyway. But we will pretty much use the people, and you can you can actually be in different clusters. So one person can be both in data and marketing if they've been working with the two things in their sporting career, either on the pitch or off the pitch. So that's the first one we sort of use. The second one is when we then have found the around 20 companies that we're going to invest in, that if we are 60 to 100 investors, that we can all open up our networks, because that's what we can see with the companies. We've been speaking to some companies that actually has an okay idea, but they don't have the network. They can't. It takes too long to sort of get out and have meetings, and hopefully our sort of investor backing and how we can utilize the network is by giving the companies that we are going to invest in the opportunity to have a lot of meetings, so we can accelerate it quicker than if we weren't involved.
Makes a lot of sense to build this great network LPs that can really contribute and bring value to the startups. So Simon, now I know in the factory, you are really one of the top-notch accelerator in the Nordics as well. So how do you build also, value for your startups through your academies, through your training programs? Maybe something you would like to share with us.
Yeah, thanks. So what we did before the program was that we gather a lot of mentors. So we have I think we have over 30 mentors now. So during the program, they will meet the mentors. Then we are speed dating, and they get 1 to 3 mentors that they will work closely for 3 months. And the mentors, they are doing this pro bono, so they are really in for it just to help. And also we have a sports advisory board. A lot of athletes are in this advisory board, but also people from the federations, door openers in general. So that's how we work with the network. And of course the fund, there's a lot of good knowledge from the investors as well. So we have investor days, and yeah. So the program is pretty. I will say it's not really heavy. It's more you meet mentors, you meet advisory board, you meet investors, and then we have 2 camps where we have topics about how to scale. So it's more about internationalization, and I mean, Michael, they invest after us. So we are pre-seed. So with the networks around, it's easy to do introduction for the startups, and natural to open doors for them internationally. So that's what we try to do for the startups.
I think it's a really best practice what your accelerator has been doing over the years in Norway and across the Nordics. So last, Mark, if you would like to share as well your thoughts on this, will be great.
Sure. So in addition to investment, we provide companies, startups with services for entering new markets, as I mentioned before. It can be both like customized soft landing program or tailor-made acceleration program for one startup, for example, or it can be startup bootcamp. Like last year, we had 2 bootcamps in Japan, in Tokyo, Izumo. So it's really useful for markets like Japan, Brazil, or GCC region. So we also work with sports organization directly. That's why we develop partnerships, this kind of infrastructure or ecosystem. And as I mentioned, we try to pilot sports tech solutions already at the negotiation stage, sometimes before investment, and it can work different ways. Usually we organize direct demo sessions for our sports partners, or we do like public but private pitch sessions when we invite all sports organizations, brands, betting companies, all type of sports partners we have in our community, and we present solutions we have on the market. Not all of them, not all these startups raising at the moment, but if we see the potential, we believe in the founders and the team, in the product, so we invite these guys. So that's how we develop our community, and that's how we support startups. And sometimes it's seed, sometimes it's Series A, Series B companies. So we believe in this. So this gives a big competitive advantage and great value for startups, and also at the same time we help our sports partners with digitalization, with transformation. So we kind of connector this market. And the ideal case scenario when we organize a pilot for the club, for the startup, and then we invest in this technology, in this product. So that's a brilliant case scenario for us.
It's very interesting because I remember I met you in Sevilla in the World Football Summit, and how you're able as a global VC to be, in Sevilla, in Japan, opening doors for you, for your portfolio companies. Thank you for your thoughts. Very interesting. And so time is right now. We had some more questions, but I just want to ask you a last one. And maybe we can start by you, Mark, since you're already here. And since you're also investor in other verticals, in other sectors, I would like to ask you how different you see the sports industry, from other industries that your VC fund is investing. And then we can go back to Simon and with Michael.
That's a question to me, right?
Yeah.
So I can only know that founders who have built businesses in other industries, such as fintech, telecom, e-commerce, they are moving into sports tech because they see a huge gap. huge gap between the market potential and the level of digitalization in the sports industry. So on one hand, there is great opportunity for startups, but on the other hand, we cannot ignore the fact that the market is not developing as fast as other markets. So we prefer to see opportunities on this market. So it's hard to compare, but we see huge synergy when founders have huge experience in other industries and bring it to the sports. So that's one thing I can say, because it's hard, and sometimes I think we should not compare sports with other industries, because sports, it's something special. So it's not fintech, it's not prop tech, it's another type of also it's another type of assets. So because we also work with some of our partners investors, they're interested in their own sports assets. So it's totally not another game. And when our partners see the synergy between tech business and they own business and sports, so that's magic when magic comes, and it's another type of investment opportunities, investment decisions they used to make.
Just last, Simon, I don't know if you have any thoughts that you would like to share on this, how you see sports different from fintech that the factory has invested. What's your thoughts on that? And then we will close with Michael.
Yeah, when it comes to fintech, I mean, it's so highly regulated and slow moving. If you try to get in partnership with a bank, you know it's going to take years to get a deal. So I think, yeah, and also when it comes to fintech versus sports tech, it's more fun. I mean, payment solutions, when you talk to investors about that, it's not like it's emotional or anything for them. But when it comes to sports, I think it's more about the emotional part and the cultural part. So a lot of investors, they did, for example, sport when they were younger, and you can easily relate to the concepts within sports tech. So way more fun actually to work with sports tech. So,
yeah, you have a really good point. And last but not least, Michael, I don't know if you would like to share your thoughts also as a former pro athlete, footballer, goalkeeper in different markets. How do you see sports in relations with other markets now that you are already in the investment as well landscape?
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be interesting to see how much it will grow, because if we look at the numbers from the States, it looks like it's growing pretty fast there and a bit slower in Europe, and that's what we are tapping into, saying, okay, we can actually utilize on that and use that to sort of our advantage and help it grow. So basically, I think that's what we are looking at. We're seeing it as an opportunity that we can actually make it grow.
Totally. Thank you very much. We had some more questions prepared, but I think it was so interesting, the topics, that at the end we cannot ask all the questions. Thanks again, Michael, Simon, Mark, the IBAN team, Odra, Jacopo, everyone for joining us today. All of us, we are on LinkedIn. I believe if anyone that is listening to us, just look for our names and we are there. Feel free to connect with us. I will say that on behalf of us. And I will now leave it here, because we're starting another panel in almost no time about accelerator programs across the world as well. So thank you again, Michael, Mark, Simon, Odra, and be in touch.
Thank you, Juan, Odra, colleagues.
Thank you, everyone.
thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, Jens, I think we are all together. Yeah, Alberto is here, Stina, Jeff. Can you hear me, all of you? We will just start straight away. A long day session for me. Jeff, good to see you. It's been a while since Indianapolis. Yeah, thank you for joining us. I know it's very early in the US. Perfect. They will just give me the green light in a minute, and we will start. You have the questions very easy going. Introduce yourself, your cluster, and then we will go through these questions. Also, feel free to connect with each other. I think you're all very interesting executives working in different countries with clusters. So just 1 minute, and we will start. Okay, we will start in a minute. I will do the order which I told them for production to set everything. I'm gonna start with Jeff, then Alberto, then Stina, and then Nina. In this order, the questions to introduce yourself and so on and so forth. And we will start as soon as they give me the green light. What? I don't want to make another chaos in production, to be honest, or because they are having all of this production, and I don't want to change again. We leave the best for at the end. No, he just told me he's quite sick and he cannot join. Yeah. Vale, so we start. So we are starting the second panel of Galicia Sportech, the fifth edition of Galicia Sportech, one of the most consolidated summer summits, Sportech summits in Europe. I have been the pleasure also as Galician myself to be here for many years. where we bring together different voices from different stakeholders across the world. And today we are very lucky to have stakeholders from all across Europe and also in the US that are going to share perspectives on acceleration and value generation for sports tech startups and stakeholders. Previously, we talked with different investors, venture capital firms, also IBAN Sports, the recently announced Business Angel Network Sports Investment Committee. But now is the time to talk to different accelerators. So I will introduce them in different order, and I will first leave the floor to Jeff from the US, the most far away speaker we have today. And I know it's very early in the morning, Jeff, so thank you for joining us here today. And please, if you would like to introduce yourself and also the cluster you represent, Sportech, the Tech HQ, will be great.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for the invite to be on the panel, and it's a pleasure to be here. And just real quickly, my name is Jeff Hintz. I'm the Executive Director of Sports Tech HQ. We are the only, as far as we know, in the United States organization that partners with our state, Indiana, we're in the Midwest, to build a hub for sports technology and innovation. Our mission really is to connect and support and accelerate sports tech companies in Indiana and beyond, to go find companies that are looking to scale both outside of our state as well as outside of the country, and bring them to this rich ecosystem that we have in sport here in the state of Indiana. Right now we have over 40 sports tech companies that call Indiana home or have their significant operation here. Could be a headquarters, could be a North American headquarters, or could be the sales division or a marketing division, or it could be a product engineering division based here in the US. And we really sit at the intersection of sports, technology, and entrepreneurship. Most of the organizations that we are working with are relatively early, either pre-seed, seed, or Series A. And the magic is really leveraging the rich sports ecosystem that I mentioned here in the state of Indiana. We've been innovating for well over 100 years. We're home to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which was really the start and the flicker of sports innovation, where many of today's items that you may drive vehicles and you interact with were invented here in the state of Indiana, like anti-lock brakes or seat belts, rear view mirrors. Those types of things were developed here in the state of Indiana, all around motorsports. And so now, fast forward 100 plus years later, we now have the world's largest single day sporting event that happens here in the state of Indiana, as well as many other sports that come through the state. I'm happy to talk more about. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Jeff. It was very interesting to get to know you in the US back in December in this summit. Very happy to have you on stage. So now, Alberto, if you would like to introduce yourself for a European platform for sports innovation. Thank you for joining us.
Juan, thank you very much. And again, thank you also to the Galicia Sportech Conference organizers. My name is Alberto Bicchi. I'm based in Brussels. I'm Italian, but I've been working in Brussels now for the last 30 years. And basically, 8 years ago, I created this EPSI, this European Platform for Sports Innovation, together with another gentleman called René Bijlens from the Netherlands. And basically, I would say that EPSI is an atypical accelerator, simply because we're trying really to connect the most important dots of, I would say, the sports ecosystem. And so we are gathering within our members a great variety of sports stakeholders. These are private companies, but these are also sports federation, sports clubs. We have the likes of Juventus, the likes of Olympiacos, the likes of the International Ski Federation, the European Aquatics. Anyway, so really the greatest varieties of what I would call more private stakeholders that we also join with public stakeholders. So we are also accepting municipalities within our network. We are accepting regional authorities. We're also accepting national ministries. We have, for instance, the Ministry of Sports in Portugal, that is one of our members. And so basically, what are we doing with all these different stakeholders coming from, I'm stressing really very much the private, but also the public sector? we're trying to help them in three main aspects, in three main pillars, in three main services. And this is what we call public funding. So we're trying to help them to secure, public money in essence. And there are a great variety of, I would say, call for proposals at European level, but also at national level. And so really based on their project ideas, we're trying to assess which one is the best call for proposal that will match any of our members' project ideas. This is the first pillar. The second pillar is what we call business. And here we come to the acceleration process. We are connecting our members' business ideas with private investors, business angels, and private equities in general. And finally, the third pillar is what we call lobbying, because we fundamentally believe that it is of the utmost importance also really to lobby for the relevance of sports, so as to make sure that ultimately there will be much more investment poured in both public and private within the sports ecosystem, but also making sure that from a political perspective, sports is really considered at the highest level. Juan, I will stop here. Much more to discuss about, but for the time being, I think that this is it. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Alberto. Now I will move on to Stina, co-founder of Sweden Sports Tech as well. If you can introduce yourself, Stina, and what you're doing as well up in Sweden will be great.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me be here and talk about Sportech Sweden. And we are an organization that brings together investors and startups within the ecosystem. So we are not an accelerator. We are more a cluster or a sector organization, helping everyone to develop and learn from each other. So it's very much knowledge sharing. And we have been around since 2022. Officially, before we know each other, all of us, but we didn't put it together as an organization. And yeah, I think the most, if we're looking into the startups, it's very close between management and organizations, but also into activity and performance. But people that we work with, it's from, the whole ecosystem within sports tech. Investors, organizations, sports, and startups, and also universities, of course. So, thank you.
Thank you, Stina. And now I will move on to Nina from Finland as well, very active in sports and health from the city of Jyväskylä. So, Nina, if you can introduce yourself as well and the hub, maybe, will be great.
Oh. Thank you so much, Juan. Thanks for inviting me. It's such a pleasure to join this group. And also to join the IBAN Sport Committee. We've started with that recently. So today is a big day for IBAN members. So I'm happy to share that I'm also a member of FIBAN, the Finnish Business Angel Network, where also Juan is involved with. We are connecting investors and startups. I think the main aspect for us in Jyväskylä here in Finland, where I'm stationed, is really to accelerate growth through investors' relations. So we are members of IBAN. We are collecting numbers of startups. Actually, currently over 330 startups are very heavily involved in the ecosystem here. And why is that? How can you craft international growth based in Finland? Is really connecting these European stakeholders together. So, for instance, this year in August, we are hosting a huge event, which actually connects Jeff and myself, because in Finland, in Jyväskylä, we are hosting an event around motorsports. So it's the world-class rally series that's been going on in Finland for 70 years. So we're happy to host also business stakeholders and hosting an event for them in order to accelerate investment in startups in sport tech. So very happy to be here and discuss with you. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember the first time I met Jeff. Actually, I told him about you, and I don't know if I did the connection at the end, but I think it's two very similar cities using motorsports as an asset to market itself, to bring stakeholders together. So it's very interesting. Very good to see you both here today. And so, because I've been in most of your events all across the world, in Finland in the Business Rally, in Sweden in Sports Tech, even in the beginning with Festina, also now very involved with Alberto, and in the US, in Indianapolis with Jeff. And I have experienced how much you really foster these collaborations, but I would love if you could explain to the audience, how you, through different events, different initiatives, put your ecosystem together, you bring investors to pitch the startups and so on, because I think it's really best practices that maybe for you is something normal because it's your daily life, this is what you organize, but I really think this will maybe inspire people or drive some value. So Jeff, if you can speak about all the things that you have been doing, that I've been also part of there with TechStars as well, will be great.
Various groups across the sports ecosystem. And so we're fortunate here in the state of Indiana. We had the very first sports commission that was created in the United States, the Indiana Sports Corp. And that was started in 1979. So now 40 plus years in, we were one of one back in 1979. And now there's over 300 in the United States using sports tourism as really an economic driver. To create kind of a flash of economic impact, but then also using sports to attract. And so we're fortunate that we've got a series of events that come to Indiana every year. Just this past weekend, we hosted March Madness, and for those that aren't familiar with college basketball, it takes over kind of the culture here in the United States because we have bracket challenges and 68 teams compete and one will win next weekend, but it goes over a series of weekends. Well, Indiana hosted a regional. And so what we do around those events, Juan, is we like to bring folks in to show them really Indianapolis in action around a sporting event. And so in the case of this past weekend, we hosted a hospitality suite at the basketball games and had folks from Scotland and Ireland and other parts from all over the world. Really, some of them were experiencing their very first ever college basketball game, but in an unbelievable setting in an NFL football stadium. And so, that's an example of something that we would do. Another one, Juan, you've been to the 1-0 conference. I suppose I'll go back to February. The NFL, powerful brand here globally, hosts their combine every year. And so these are the up and coming players that have the hopes to make the NFL draft and one day hear their name picked on stage and join a team. Well, there's a lot of innovation that goes around, obviously, athlete performance and measuring. And so what we did is we hosted an event back late February called an Innovation Showcase. And at that event, what we did is we had two former NFL players, both Indianapolis Colts, that won a Super Bowl, really talk about the experience as an athlete in their community, and if they had to do it over again, how would they get more involved in their community, particularly around startup investing, alternative investments. And so that was a fascinating conversation. Then we had a panel from investors, and so I moderated a panel that included 3 sports tech investors. And then lastly, probably most importantly, is we did a showcase. So we had 5 companies that all had 5 minutes to pitch their company. And some of them were in a fundraise, some were not, but really it's more of a show us what you do versus tell us what you do. And so it's an opportunity for those founders to get up in front of a group of individuals that might include investors or former players, or could be a scout from an NFL team or an executive that may be interested in the technology that they have. And a product of those is, again, we bring companies from all over the world, some of which that we're courting to Indiana to give them that platform, and then the connections happen. And then the last part of the night, of course, we always had the networking, and that's where you see the magic happen.
Yeah. I also found very interesting, Jeff, when in the Indy Classic, which is, as far as I remember, one of the most prominent university basketball matches in the US, how you also brought a lot of visibility to the startups with the booths that you had in the entrance. That to me was really a best practice in terms of how you can also bring value to the startups to give them all of this visibility to thousands of attendees. I speak about it a lot in Europe as a really interesting example as well. But now let's ask Alberto. because he's managing a very wide international platform. How you are able to bring value? Perhaps you can comment on, your zone for members, which really connects all the stakeholders together. How do you work to bring value to all of these stakeholders from the public, private sector that you were commenting?
Juan, thank you very much. And I also agree with Jeff when he says that we have a lot of similarities. I guess that indeed, we also organize annual events. Our next annual event will be organized in Lapland, in Finland, the north of Finland, at the end of October. Last year, we were in Olympia, in Greece, and indeed, just on a side note, we have organized also some Olympic Games among all the different participants who were running, who were throwing javelin, throwing discs and everything. So it was a nice atmosphere also, really among the different participants. But coming back to the how do we really foster collaboration? Well, I believe that ultimately we're trying really to focus on this open innovation. And so, what is the value proposition? What are we really collecting from all our members? We're collecting their project and their business ideas. We have a very sophisticated methodology whereby we have, it's a two-page template where we're collecting all this information from our members. And the interesting aspect is that we are ultimately placing all these both project and business ideas within our intranet, our members' intranet that we call MOZ, Members Only Zone. And so each and every one of our members can really connect to the MOZ and automatically can understand what are the others members' project ideas. There is also a search bar that one can just, interested in any kind of themes, you can go there and understand exactly, if you're interested in social integration, in whatever, sport tech, and so on and so forth. You can also search within this MOZ, and automatically the MOZ will produce all the project ideas. What we call project ideas are the one typically funded by the public funding, so all these call for proposals. But the MOZ will also produce all the business ideas that we publish on the MOZ in a stealth mode. So we're not going to, I would say, divulgate who is the proposer of the business ideas, because we want to maintain business side in a more confidential manner. Whereas the project ideas funded by the public funding, there everything is open. And so everybody can very easily understand who is the proposer of the project ideas. We are helping them to understand which is the best funding scheme, public funding scheme, that will be able to support the project idea. And ultimately, each and every one of the other FC members can also express an interest to become a partner in these project ideas. And so it's this kind of tool is very, I would say, very well organized, because ultimately it creates solid collaboration among the 200 members that we have scattered all over 32 European countries. And these are, as I said before, are coming from the sports federation side, from the sports clubs, from the sports company side, from the university side, also among our members, but also from the public institutions. And so this is really how we create this collaboration. And of course, back to what Jeff was also mentioning. So we organize also this annual event where all the different members will be able to present and pitch their project ideas, but also their business ideas. And so this is really, at the end, so in a nutshell, what I would like everybody to understand, how I will really forcing this collaboration is really members to receive targeted assistance, tailored consultancy based on their project and business ideas. Juan, back to you. Thank you.
It's very interesting, Alberto. Also, what I think is really a best practice in your case is that you're having such a global cluster, let's say, with members from all over the world. And I believe as cluster maybe becomes national or grows even outside their borders, how you can digitalize as well, these internal networks to create the synergies among members, startups, investors that might not be all of them in the capital or in the same place at the same time. And it's something that I think you do very interestingly. And also,
and the combination between public and private for us is really essential, because most of the time we're hearing, public investors, private investors that are not taking into consideration the public side of things, whereby, it is of the utmost importance really to connect these two dimensions, making sure that they're complementary to one another. Sorry, I'm speaking too much like a real Italian all the time.
No, thank you very much. Okay, now let's move on to Stina, Sweden Sportech. You have been very active as well with events and different initiatives. I was also very lucky to be part of, to connect with the ecosystem. So Nina, if you want to elaborate on those events, frequency, the topics, what you're trying to do with these events will be great.
Thank you. Yeah, so we are not as many at all as, for example, EPSI. We are smaller, but we have around 150 startups or organizations in Sweden, but we don't really have members. We are just putting people together. So it's free. You come and go as you want to, and you get what you want to get. So that's also we who work in the Sportech Sweden, we don't get any money, so we do all this for free. So that's also like the sizes of what we can do is not as much, even though we do quite a lot for what we are doing. So we are meeting up. We have 2 events each year with different themes. So for example, yesterday we had one theme about sustainability within sports tech and sports. So that was a very nice, intimate setting. And we always organize those events together with other organizations. So yesterday we did it together with Changers Hub, which is a hub, an innovation hub in Stockholm. So that's one way. We are also looking into internationalization and business. So those are some of the, and also investments. So those are some of the other things that we have been doing. Last year, this fall, we had, together with Business Sweden, we chose a few Swedish startups to help them do their internationalization, which was very, very helpful. So then even if we can't do it ourselves, we work together with bigger players, for example, Business Sweden. And also other things, we work very closely with other networks. So we are on boards and discussing with, for example, the networks within where the different universities in Sweden meet and discuss sports tech. So there we are invited to be one part of that. So we are kind of the knowledge base that people can reach out to, and we can help in different ways.
Yeah, I saw very interesting as well this project that you developed with Business Sweden, which is like the Foreign Trade Commission of Sweden, something like this, right, Stina? To try to help the startups from Sweden, like to mentor them and to see how they can scale global. I think it's something very interesting that you have done that is also a best practice. And that leads us to Nina as well, that is working in so many frontiers as well to grow their startups in Finland, out of Finland. So Nina, if you can comment in all of these different initiatives that you have done that I think are also really best practices, will be great.
Thank you, Juan. And it's very interesting to hear from Alberto that we are welcoming you to Finland in Rovaniemi this year. So very happy to see you guys here. So we collaborate on a very different levels, like on the European level. Just mentioned, we are members of EPSI as well. So trying to connect the dots together in Europe. I think there are like 3 main streams that we are working with the startups, with investors. First of all, if you think about, what a sport tech company would need in the beginning of their growth journey, they would probably need a validation for their solution. So most often you can see that in the early stage startups, they need some support. It's also a public-private partnership that is more likely to be involved. So what we can provide is really the world-class support on research and how to validate their solution. So for instance, in the University of Jyväskylä, we have the world-class Faculty of Sport and Health. They are ranked on the world ranking top 20. So we can support the startups to really validate their solution for sport. And of course, the connection towards sport in general, we also host the main location here in Jyväskylä for the Olympic Sport Research Institute, located here, not far away from where I'm stationed. So we have a very close connection to Olympic sports. We also are investing heavily in the venue for 20 different sports in the city. So there's a 200 million euro investment coming up on the sport venue, where actually these sport events and also the sport and athlete exercise and testing environment will take place. So there's a lot of opportunities there for testing their solution if you think about it from the startup perspective. Second thing, what we can do is really try to get the pre-funding and the funding rounds ready. It's not just about the public funding, but it's also about connecting with the private investors, the angel investors in an early stage. So once you run out of friends, fools, and family, then you look up for a very smart angel who has some human capital also to invest in your company, not just money, but to open doors, to really look out for partnerships and get more involved in your business. So that is something that we are strong due to the connection with IBAN and also the local of IBAN network. So happy to help you there. Actually, for Stina, I would say that you are mostly welcome to our Nordic Sportech Alliance as well, where we are already hooked up with the Norwegian guys. So I can share maybe some of that with you. So, connecting the dots between startups and this kind of like research-based, evidence-based help they can get to validate their solution, also to find the first investors. And the third thing that they will need once they grow up and they scale up is, of course, new markets. So how to facilitate the go-to-market plan. And this is what we do. Every year we organize these kind of boot camps where the startups actually dig really deep into how to make a go-to-market plan that really fits and also is attractive to the first investors, the first round or the A round of investors. So to really boost their investment ready against a really brilliant go-to-market plan. So this is what we do in different kind of events and programs. So I'm happy to share more details on those. And I think sport is about passion. So once you are looking at anything related to sport, you also need to find the right people to really get hooked up with your company and with your operation. So I think we have a lovely group of ecosystem partners working with us currently and looking for more.
Yeah, it's very great to always hear from you, Nina. And also, Audra was commenting in the previous panel that we will do an event there with IBAN Sports and you in the Rally of Finland, around the business rally in Finland, just to bring the investors to meet the best startups from the region and to bridge these gaps. And actually, I always say myself that I did my first annual investment in Finland thanks to one of these events. So it's just a real example of how these things work. But I would like to get from you also now the best practice is some events that like you really think that has brought together, has bring a lot of connections within your stakeholders, your clusters with investors. So the best event that you think like you can share with the world as well to inspire others. So Jeff, if you would like to give some details, will be great. Yeah.
Here, okay. Yeah, it's really interesting to hear everybody talk because there's so many similarities. I'll say it again that, call ourselves a P3, so public-private partnership. We'd really like to see the product live and in action. I mean, that's the shot for that founder to really impress upon the room, whether it's for an investment or for a partnership with an early stage customer that could actually be more valuable than an early seed investment. And so, I think the events Juan, that I mentioned earlier would be a blend of some type of demo, but also making sure that there's enough time set aside for networking, because I think all of us here, if we can be seen as a connector and that convener of those individuals, and providing really the platform for opportunity for them, and that all happens when people get together. I think we as ecosystem builders become more valuable to those founders and individuals. So, you know, there's a number of events that we've hosted here all around larger scale events. I think there's something to be said about that. You know, I can kind of sense, you know, we're still early. And Nina, it seems like maybe you've been doing this for maybe a decade or so. And Alberto, I've heard your name from our friends in Flanders. And so you've been at it for a while. And Stina, you know, I'm more with you. I'm about 2 years in, and you know, where I see it is we don't have paying members either, but we do have what we call, maybe Alberto, you have the Moz. Our collective is really, we're starting to form what it means to be a member of Sportstech HQ, and how do we drive value down to all these founders, or to these founders through, it could be professional development. You know, maybe there's a gap in something that they're trying to fill with their staff, and can we help them level up and scale up? So using major events for us is like the showstopper. And so coupling that with this first time ever that founder has experienced that sporting event in that fashion. Another example is USA Swim Trials. They were hosted in Indianapolis this last summer, and we built a pool in an NFL stadium. We didn't do it. Indiana Sports Corp with USA Swimming did it, but we used that event as a platform to host. And so now you host a founder or an investor that may have swam in college, and they get to come to this world-class event and see something that the world is talking about. And all of a sudden Indianapolis and what we're doing becomes
so, you know, all of your cluster represented in the VIP boxes, the B2B more solutions, and then the B2C, you know, in the entrances of the stadium. So thousands of people could really see, touch and feel the different startup, you know, products. To me, that was something I never seen before. And I thought, wow, this is such a best practice, you know, for people to, you know, to touch and feel, and for the startups to generate leads or awareness. So very interesting. Alberto, if you want to share as well, you know, from all the things you have done, what is something that you are really proud of, or you would like to share with the audience?
Well, again, thank you very much, Juan and Jeff. Very inspiring messages you're giving here. So thank you very much. Well, I could not agree more when it comes to panels. You know, panels, they start to be a little bit now redundant and a bit heavy. And so, you know, I totally agree. As a best practice, I mean, maybe it's a bit self-centered, but you know, we try within our annual events really to put together all the different chapters for a magical happening at the end. And what are these key chapters that we're trying to put together within our annual events? Well, of course, we always want to give the participants, you know, some keynote speeches, highly ranked, you know, professionals, politicians, but also, you know, private investors and so on and so forth. And within these keynote speeches, we also try to give trends and the tendencies of the market. So we're really giving the I would say the scope, the overall scope. Then we place a lot of emphasis on the project presentation. So we're asking all our members to present their project ideas that we very proactively follow up immediately. So we have the pitches for the project, and then we organize the tables that we call brokerage tables. So each people that has presented a pitch will follow up on his or her pitch on a brokerage table. So we'll have, I don't know, 10 pitches, and then we'll have 10 brokerage tables, and each and every one of these individuals will follow up, you know, brainstorming, networking with all the people that have expressed an interest in any of these pitches idea. So very proactively, pitches and then brokerage tables. This is the second chapter. The third chapter is what we call business pitches. This will be in front of investors. You know, there again, we want to, you know, we are organizing innovation competition. Ultimately, we want also to be able to select the best innovative business ideas. And this is why this third chapter related to business is so relevant and so important for us. Then Jeff was also mentioning the networking, so relevant and so important. But we try to go a step beyond, because we're really forcing, as much as possible, these networking activities, and we organize what we call concentric circles. So there is one outer circle composed of people and one inner circle composed of other peoples, and it's like speed dating. Every 5 minutes they switch, and the circles switch, so as to make sure that ultimately the majority of people will have the chance to meet the majority of other participants during our events. So this is what we organize for networking. And finally, this is the last chapter, is the social activities. Participants, this is where we organize all the Olympic Games. Last year during the Olympia, for instance, the year before we were in the Azores in Portugal, in the middle of the ocean, and we organized what we call one drink, one idea. I leave it in your mindset to try to understand what was this one drink, one idea all about, and I will not expand further, but it was magical as well. Juan, back to you. Thank you.
Interesting. I really like the concentric circles, like as a technique for foster networking. Interesting. Stina, you have already done many events and Sportech Sweden collaborations. Which one you think is the best practice you would like to share with all of us?
We are only meeting for a few hours. So it's just an evening event. So it's not a big thing. You don't have to. Really, the network in Stockholm mostly that comes, or if people from abroad, of course, like you, Johan, or somebody else comes in and give a speech. And so first we have some networking, mingle around, meet each other. Then we have some presentations from the startups, from investors, or the theme of the day. And so each and everyone present themselves, and then maybe we end up with some questions, and then we again have mingle. So I would say the presentation part is only like 1 hour, 45 minutes, and then you can meet and talk to the other people around you for 2 hours. And then we have also now started the last 2 times that we ask people, or we invite people that want to go out afterwards and eat together and have dinner. So, and that was also really nice. You don't have to do it, but if you're in town and you just want to hang out with some like-minded people, you can do that and grab a piece of food. So I think that has been really good, and very easy, very relaxed way of meeting new people, and also get to learn a lot of new things. One thing that it's not an event, but also led up to everything, was that we wrote a report about the Swedish ecosystem, and that was the base that really kicked off what we are doing. So the whole of Sweden got the same background and realized what we were talking about, and that helped a lot also with getting people on board from universities, and so people could see what we were doing.
Very interesting. I hope in the next one I can join the dinner, Stina. What I find really interesting about your events is that you always do it, in a scale up, or, in a sports tech company. And at the end, you also bring a lot of visibility, to these sports tech companies. So relying on collaborations, to have a place to host the event, and at the same time to generate visibility for those, like scale ups or sports tech companies that are really doing really great in Sweden. I think it's also very interesting. And so last but not least, Nina, I've been in some of your events as well in Finland, in the business rally, which I think is something unique you have organized. If you would like to share maybe more about it.
Oh, thank you, Juan. And I think you gave the best comment, because you just mentioned that what is the magic that happens during business rally in Finland is that the investors and the startups find each other, like you found a really nice company to follow on in Finland. So what we aim to do is exactly what Juan has done, that we are connecting the investors and startups in Business Rally Investor Day, and it will take place actually this year also the last day of July, 31st of July in Finland. So happy to welcome investors, We are selecting 8 startups to pitch at that event. And there will be, of course, sauna, because everybody knows that sauna comes from Finland. And, regarding your sport performance or your performance in overall, you need sauna. So that's included. And of course, because we are organizing this event during the World Class Rally Series, the city is buzzing. So it's like so full of people and international guests that it's an opportunity to, of course, mingle with a big group. The main idea here during the Business Rally Investor Day is really to make introduction between the startups and the investors. But prior to that, in May, we also organize boot camp for startups who are really looking forward to this kind of 360 degrees of feedback zone for themselves. So they will meet with 3 mentors. And these mentors are Jean-Louis Brelet from France, Marcel Dridge from Qatar, and Audrey Chalal from Paris. So we have a threesome of mentors who are really investors themselves, and they look at the go-to-market plan in 4 days. The startup will go through their go-to-market plan and how to move to new markets, how to impress investors, how to craft a killer pitch. So usually some of the companies who have joined us during the May event for the bootcamp are also going forward with Investor Day. Together with IBAN, as we are organizing this Investor Day in July, we also offer tickets for the winner company to go to IBAN Summit in October. That will happen in Brussels. So there is a chance that you might even reach a wider audience of investors in Europe. So this is like the growth track that we are building for the startups. And then if you really fall in love with Finland once you're here, then we of course have like 24 months accelerator programs where you have your own mentor, your own coach, who will follow you through all the necessary steps for you to scale up. So, just a very short story of what we are doing here. Thank you so much for share what we are doing. Thank you, Juan.
I think, meeting all of you, I really believe that you gave me some of the best practices. I'm always speaking or sharing. So either with the audience, either between all of you, I think it's very interesting to inspire each other all the time. I'm going to skip to a couple of questions because we're running out of time. So I'm curious, from all the technologies that you see in your clusters or from all the startups, the deal flow you have seen, which vertical in sports, which emerging technology you see now more, I don't know, on what verticals do you see more now, like growing bigger now? Jeff, if you would like to share your thoughts.
You want me to go first? Okay. I think the obvious answers are going to be AI, but I guess I won't spend too much time on that. I think the sector where there's the most opportunity, because I think I'll preface it by saying, I think most of the startups will want to be in the high professional leagues, whether it's NFL. They're trying to get their product there. They're trying to get noticed. They want an early customer in that. I think just from a validation standpoint, and then everything happens downstream. I think the largest opportunity is actually in youth sports because of the numbers. And so everything that we're seeing today with trackables and player data, and especially on the professional level, what happens now if we go a tick down from the EPL league or the NFL or the NBA and we go into college? That's happened. Well, I haven't really seen it happen at the high school level here in the US yet, or even just a step down from that, the premium youth level. The sales opportunity there is so much larger than 32 professionals that may not be willing to pay for the service. They may partner with you. The sales cycle there is long, but I do think youth sports is an incredible opportunity. We're seeing a lot of companies. There's probably 3 now that have come through Indiana that are in the streaming and content business around. I won't call it the less than, but it's that tick or 2 ticks that have rights deals. So how does that broadcast or that competition, where does that go? How do people watch those, whether it's family or friends or teams that are scouting them? So I think that's a great opportunity. We continue to keep our eye on esports. Esports kind of goes through these, it feels like it's always in this winter season, you know? But I do think you have to meet people where they are. And at least here in the United States, a lot of youth are into gaming. And so a particular group was here this last week, hosted them for the events called the Phoenix Group. They're out of Ireland. And what they do is integrations in esports, whether it's Fortnite or Roblox, to help brands and really start to get the brand in front of younger individuals, whatever it may be, whether it's for a movie premiere or for a sports team. And so they had some incredible meetings that we set up here locally with some of the teams, and maybe there's some integrations that could be done within gaming to begin that frequency. They start to hear about that team or that league, and then they'll want to experience it actually in real life.
Thank you. Yeah, very interesting. And I agree with you. My thesis is, as some of you know, I don't invest usually in professional sports, also because I work in professional football, but I always invest in grassroots sports, youth sports, because I think the potential is much bigger there. Alberto, what do you think in terms of segments, in terms of the sports tech verticals? Where do you see more growth? Where do you see more buzz within your activities and deal flow?
Well, I agree. I totally agree with Jeff's point. And you also mentioned the second dimension that I was going to come across, one, which is definitely the grassroots sport. This is essential, and there is a lot of I would say interest now, even from the policymakers. For instance, the European Commission has launched they called it a Be Active campaign. So it's really about grassroots sports. It's really about trying to bring sports to I would say the everyday's man or woman, multi-generational. But I still believe that there's still a lot of attention in the environmental side of things and the sustainability side of things. We have launched different projects on recycling, for instance, of materials, recycling of ski boots, for instance, recycling of sports shoes. This was also financed by European money, with grants coming from the so-called LIFE program, with different million, as grants. So I think that the sustainability is still very, very present. If you even look at what is happening in the world, unfortunately, all these environmental crises are still very, very active and very, I would say, in our faces. And so I still believe that this dimension is extremely, extremely relevant, and we should not forget it because it's here to stay, unfortunately, Juan. So
totally, and thank you, Alberto. That connects us with Stina, that I think yesterday they organized in Stockholm Sportech and Sustainability Forum event. Stina, correct me if I am wrong. So where do you see your cluster more buzz, more emerging startups, in which sectors? What's your thoughts on that?
I would say when we are looking at it, it's more if we're looking from the athlete's perspective, there are so many solutions. So they start to look, do I have to be my own analytics department? Especially, in Sweden, we do, of course, we have big teams and we have everything. But if you're a one person, you don't have the money to have a lot of people helping you out. You don't have the money to do that. So you have all of a sudden you have to do all those things by yourself. And I think a big thing, and that has to happen, is that they are connecting instead of startups or bigger collaboration. You have to come together instead of just looking into your own data. The data streams have to be able to be processed by one person, and not that all the different companies bring their own. And I understand, but if you're looking into the athlete, that's really what has to happen. So I think that's a big thing, and has to come for the athlete's sake, to be able to use the data. Otherwise, it's worthless. So
interesting. Thank you, Stina. And last but not least, Nina, if you would like to give us your thoughts on verticals or segments that you have seen across all of your 300 deal flow that you have been through.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there are definitely interesting tracks that are getting more and more traction. So I would say, first of all, of sport, there is a transformation coming up with the cookieless era. So I think the data that we are using, how we are promoting marketing things, the contextual marketing issues are raising up. So a lot of technology is being used on how to personalize marketing and how to do that without the cookies. So this is like a big transformation coming up. So I can sense that there's a lot of traction there. Then if you look at the impact point of view, since Jeff took away the youth, I would say the female athletics is also uprising and a very important topic on the sport as an impact. And then third would be probably fan engagement, in a sense that how do you provide with VR, AR assisted tools or environments where you can enjoy sports other than just on the venue, but in a very vertical way. So I would say that these three topics are up and rising at the moment.
Very interesting. I totally agree, Nina. So we are wrapping up because time is running. I would like to ask the very last question, if you can just give a short answer, since time is coming, and then the Latin American hubs are coming right after. I would like to ask you about the future of your hub in this year, the year to come, or how do you see the future of these clusters around sports tech? So Jeff, if you could give us your thoughts, what will keep you busy, and how do you see the short-term future of Sportech HQ? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I think we're going to be more global. We've got some global partnerships. We'll be scouring the globe for technologies that could be grown here in the state of Indiana. So more of that, more global reach. And then I think just helping companies scale faster. We're just a couple years into this, but we're seeing some success. And, the hope is while we attract early stage startups, that we'll begin to, and we've seen it start to attract companies that have been around a little bit longer and have more runway to grow. And so, for us, it's global for sure.
Thank you. What about you, Alberto? The short answer, since we are running out of time.
Yeah, Juan, I will just repeat my introductory remarks. So at EPSI, we are very much focused on the three pillars. One is public funding. The second one is indeed private funding. And the third one is lobbying. And so I still believe that we ought to do a lot, especially in the lobbying field. I still believe that sports ecosystem is not sufficiently recognized by policymakers. There is a lot of financial means that now politicians are allocating to the different sectors, and we are nowhere to be seen in a coordinated and I would say very, very advocacy-oriented manner. So this is where I believe that focus should be put. Notwithstanding, keep on really democratizing the public funding, because there is a lot available out there, and making sure that there is this interconnection between private and public. Coming back also, and I will conclude on this multi-sectorial approach. So not remaining within our sports ecosystem, but going beyond to the neighboring sectors, such as health, such as transport, such as education, such as building, because this is definitely, where we could find synergies with us in general. So that's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Estina, last remarks about the future of Sweden Sports Tech, or what will keep you busy?
Yeah, so we cross our fingers that we will get the funding together with, for example, Nina, with the Horizon. We have European, so hopefully we will be busy with those things, and also that's together with Norway and Belgium, and I mean we are a big cluster that are doing this together, so that would be awesome to push things. If we are looking to Sweden, we doing the same things, having some new, hopefully we'll have a new accelerator this fall as well. So, I mean, keep working, having fun together and getting to know the ecosystem. That's us.
Justina, very inspiring. And last but not least, Nina.
Thank you. So for me, this year is all about raising more money on sport tech. Now starting up with IBAN Sport, we also have a very strong connection now with the Norwegians, trying to build a Nordic Sport Tech Alliance more aligned. So this is going to be the 2025 agenda for us, I guess, mainly.
Thank you, everyone. It was really good to meet you, to talk to you as usual. I really encourage you to connect between each other if you haven't. Also, for the audience, I think these people has brought really some of the best practices I have seen in my life in sports tech. It's been a pleasure to have you, all of you. Thank you very much. And right now, there will be the next panel with the Latin American hubs from Brazil, Argentina, Chile, I think. So we disconnect from this panel, and thank you very much for joining us today. And thank you, Jeff, Nina, Stina, and Alberto.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
¿Cómo estás? Y Sebastián sé que no viene, Débora no tengo información, pero está pendiente de confirmación, ¿no? Entonces,
generalidades de Brasil y los países hispanohablantes. Y claro, los datos principales de los dos, sé que los dos tienen ofertas distintas, si queremos, o propuestas de valor distintas. Y empecemos. Bueno, me están diciendo que podemos conectar, así que haré una corta introducción de vosotros y después empezamos.
Bien, perfecto.
muy bien.
Ahí está bueno. Pues ahí estamos. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, encantado de estar aquí con vosotros una vez más para el Galicia Sportech. Vamos a hablar aquí un poco sobre otra visión y sobre una otra perspectiva de los hubs en Sportech. Y ahora con la perspectiva de los hubs de Latinoamérica, con todos los retos y las oportunidades que tienen. El New Business de Income, y conmigo tendré para os hablar sobre todo, porque al final son las personas quienes saben de ese asunto. Tendré conmigo a Ricardo Mazuca de Arena Hub y Mauro Cauda de Sports Innovation Latam. Bienvenidos, gracias por tenerlos aquí.
Muchas gracias, Nuno, muchas gracias a todos y gracias por la invitación.
Gracias, Nuno.
Vale, la idea clara es que sea un espacio para compartirnos ideas, para compartirnos también perspectivas distintas. Y haremos aquí una corta introducción y después empezamos con la discusión que queremos que sea lo más participativa posible. Entonces yo haré aquí una corta introducción no solo de Arena, pero también de Sports Innovation Latam. Pero los pido también a Ricardo y a Mauro que después nos expliquen un poco más en detalle de cada uno de los apps. Bueno, Arena Hub es uno de los más prominentes sports tech hubs en Brasil, probablemente de Brasil. Y yo personalmente y profesionalmente lo conozco desde hace muchos años. Y claro, está ubicado en São Paulo y conecta a las startups, organizaciones deportivas, corporate partners, inversores para soportar el desarrollo de innovación en deporte. Y tiene una estructura muy interesante que está también dentro del estadio de Allianz Park, el estadio de Palmeiras. Sobre todo conocido por los programas de creación de conexión entre el ecosistema, de los programas de innovación abierta y colaboración con federaciones y clubes. Sports Innovation Latam, que tiene su sede en Buenos Aires, en Argentina, está enfocado en promover el desarrollo tecnológico, la innovación, entrepreneurship, también en la industria deportiva en toda Latinoamérica. Actúa también como un conector, si queremos decir, entre las startups, las propiedades deportivas, los inversores, también con la universidad, con las academias y también como forma también de promover y potenciar este desarrollo tecnológico. Así que yo empezaría por eso, Mauro, te pedía también un poco aquí y voy a pedir a los dos lo mismo, que haremos aquí una primera pregunta, donde les pido también una corta introducción para los que nos están escuchando, pero también ya con una pregunta. Así que, para vosotros, Mauro, para ti, empezando por ti, ¿cuál sería las principales innovaciones y tendencias que estáis observando en todo el deporte en Latinoamérica? O sea, ¿qué está pasando ahora, sobre todo en tu visión desde Argentina, con una perspectiva económica también distinta que tenía hace 2 o 3 años atrás? ¿Qué está pasando y cómo también el deporte está impulsionando esa transformación y esa innovación? ¿Y cuáles han sido los saltos en estos últimos años?
Bien, déjame hacer una aclaración nomás en cuanto a tu introducción. Nosotros somos Sports Innova, que somos una empresa de tecnología aplicada al deporte, y dentro de Sports Innova tenemos el Hub de Innovación, que es Sports Innovation Latam. Como comentabas, es nuestro hub de innovación con el que ayudamos y conectamos al ecosistema de la industria tecnológico-deportiva dentro de Latinoamérica. Y en paralelo a eso también tenemos Sports Innovation School, que es nuestra parte educativa, también siempre con la intención de formar el ecosistema dentro de Latinoamérica. Bueno, Arena Hub lo hace muy bien en Brasil, el resto por ahí de Latinoamérica está un poco medio no del todo madura en cuanto a la innovación y tecnología en el deporte, y bueno, eso es un poco lo que intentamos ayudar en cuanto al ecosistema. Y en cuanto a tu pregunta sobre las tecnologías, hoy lo que se está buscando mucho, lo que todos quieren, en lo que quieren trabajar es todo lo que tiene que ver con inteligencia artificial. Muchas startups, muchos clubes quieren meterse en este mundo. Sí, para mí hoy, más allá de quienes puedan participar, quienes puedan trabajar con inteligencia artificial, creo que todavía nos encontramos con muchas organizaciones dentro de Latinoamérica que no están del todo maduras para poder implementar inteligencia artificial, porque tal vez querer ir directo a inteligencia artificial sin entender todo lo previo, qué se necesita, qué tecnologías. Muchas organizaciones todavía ni siquiera conocen quiénes son sus fans, cuál es el perfil de su socio, no tienen datos que se necesitan luego para aplicar esta inteligencia artificial, con lo cual eso después termina siendo a veces un problema. Pero yo creo que hoy sí por moda y porque es lo que más se escucha y se ve en todos lados, todos quieren buscar la forma de implementar inteligencia artificial en las organizaciones.
Vale, perfecto. Has tocado dos, tres temas que seguro que vamos a discutirlos. La parte de la escuela y la parte también, bueno, un poco del social, pero sobre todo esta parte que muy bien comentabas claro, de avanzarmos, de querer avanzar o tener el deseo de avanzar ya para un poco para la inteligencia artificial sin tenerlo la base lista o sin tener nada listo para poder seguir determinados pasos que son necesarios. Bueno, ya volveremos ahí, seguro que es un tema que tendremos que hablar, no solo para Latinoamérica, pero de una forma transversal a todo el negocio y no nos podemos olvidar de todo el trabajo que ya está hecho por las organizaciones deportivas y por los Sports Tech Hubs también en los últimos 5, 10, 15 años hasta llegar a este punto. Entonces, volveremos ahí seguro. Ricardo, cuéntanos también un poco sobre Arena, um, que, que como sabemos, bueno, Mauro también lo señaló, tiene una presencia muy fuerte en Brasil y que justo llegó en un momento de COVID, o sea, que tuvo sus primeros pasos durante el COVID, que no nos olvidemos que ha sido empezado hasta hace 5 años. ¿Cuáles son los principales factores de suceso de Arena en Brasil y cómo han llegado a este punto? O sea, ¿cómo a partir de COVID, que nadie podía estar junto? Bueno, estábamos así. ¿Y cómo habéis llegado hasta el punto donde estáis hoy?
Vale, Nuno, gracias, Mauro. Un placer reverte, ¿no? Creo que estuvimos juntos hace un par de años también aquí en un panel de
Sí.
Latinoamérica, ¿no? Mira, creo que parte del suceso ha sido un poco la construcción del ecosistema, ¿no? Y Arena Hub empezó así, como un ecosistema cuyo principal objetivo era, de facto, conectar las entidades deportivas con startups, con inversores, empresas del ecosistema. Y hemos sido capaces de crear, y claro, ahí el tamaño de Brasil nos ayuda, ¿no? De crear un ecosistema bastante grande con muchas entidades deportivas y startups también, pero en una fase de maturidad muy inicial, ¿no? Y aquí si compararmos un poco la industria del deporte, que es una industria global bastante grande, con otras verticales de la industria como las fintechs, etcétera, vemos que tenemos aún mucho campo, mucha pista para seguir, ¿no? Estamos en la fase aún muy embrionaria, muy inicial del desarrollo de Sportex en un mercado global. Entonces creo que hay muchas oportunidades ahí. Y empezamos como este gran ecosistema conectando todas las partes y hoy hemos incluido otras cosas, ¿no? En nuestras verticales de negocios. Mucha parte hoy estamos centrados en la parte de consultoría e innovación y hay proyectos de innovación, sean propias o sean también desarrollar Open Innovation para empresas, para entidades deportivas, ¿no? Hay una parte grande también de aceleración de startups, sean startups que están en el mercado de Brasil o startups que miran el mercado de Brasil por su potencial, Brasil más Sudamérica, creo que se sumaron, ¿no? Toda Latinoamérica, estamos hablando de una región de más de 500 millones de personas, entonces es un mercado potencial grande cuando pensamos en Latinoamérica como un todo, ¿no? Una tercera parte es la parte de eventos, ¿no? Y contenido. Y ahí, Nuno, Mauro, creo que hay una parte un poco importante que está un poco ligada con lo que Mauro habló del estagio, ¿no? De inteligencia artificial. Siempre digo que nuestro principal desarrollo es mucho cambiar el mindset de la industria deportiva, ¿no? Para que vean la innovación como una herramienta o un proceso de largo plazo que haga parte de la estrategia de estas entidades deportivas. Hay también creo que un poco no sé si esta palabra en español está correcta, desmistificación de lo que es innovación en deporte, porque mucha gente cuando hablamos de innovación piensan en innovaciones tecnológicas que tienen un coste de millones de dólares. Esto también es innovación, pero no solo, ¿no? Hay innovaciones que son meramente cambiar un proceso. Estás innovando, estás haciendo cosas diferentes y quizás no necesitas de mucha inversión o de inversión ninguna. Entonces, un poco desmistificar. Y esto es un trabajo que no es rápido y que tarda bastante, pero seguimos construyendo un poco este ecosistema y con todos los retos, ¿no? que tenemos. Pegando un poco tu pregunta mira, creo que fan engagement sigue siendo una área muy fuerte, ¿no? Es un dolor de cualquier entidad deportiva, no solamente en Brasil, Argentina, pero en todo el mundo, de monetizar, ¿no? De monetizar la relación con los fans, incrementar el fan engagement. Entonces eso sigue siendo una área muy fuerte en Brasil. Creo que las health techs también las veo y que tienen mucha deportiva, las veo también con mucho potencial, ¿no? Y una área que me gusta muchísimo es un poco la democratización de la práctica deportiva. Soluciones que amplifican un poco el acceso a productos de deporte, el acceso a la práctica. Esto me gusta especialmente en países como Brasil, donde mucha gente aún no tiene acceso, y entonces creo que es una área también que tiene un potencial muy grande. Y claro, la inteligencia artificial, pero estoy de acuerdo con vosotros dos de que mucha gente tiene que construir la base antes de pensar en inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Entonces creo que está en las discusiones, pero hay gente que está más preparada y hay gente que aún no necesita pensar en eso.
No, perfecto, perfecto. Y gracias por vuestras respuestas, porque habéis traído ya aquí varios temas que así me quitan también el trabajo de seguir un determinado script que tenía aquí. No, pero la verdad es que habéis tocado aquí algunos puntos y acabo por hacer dos cuestiones dentro de uno. Y esto será para los dos y contesten como queréis, y probablemente empiezo por ti, Mauro. Se habló aquí ya de un tema de desmistificación. Yo creo que también se puede hablar de un tema de evangelización del mercado, sobre todo del mercado deportivo, no solo del lado de las propiedades, pero también del lado del gestor, del dueño, del inversor, de quien tiene un proyecto de tecnología. ¿Cómo, cómo vosotros como Hub también intentan, por un lado, entender los valores de cada uno de ellos, o sea, que son totalmente distintas, pero al mismo tiempo traerlos para un punto común de conocimiento e interés? O sea, es que la verdad es que yo como propietario, dueño de un club, o presidente de un club, o gestor de innovación de un club, tengo dolores que probablemente pasan por tener ticket online, o pasan por tener un socio online, o algo así, o quiero tener la última aplicación móvil con realidad aumentada. Pero yo como dueño de una startup, claro, yo entiendo que mi proyecto es el mejor y que nunca existió nada como mi proyecto. ¿Cómo, cómo se cambia un poco también esta mentalidad y esta dificultad y esta barrera de juntar los dos mundos, de llegar a un punto intermedio de, ok, mi proyecto podrá ser fenomenal y probablemente tiene algo de muy interesante y muy nuevo, pero también mi necesidad en cuanto a club, y si sabemos que en ese caso las necesidades son típicamente o de presupuesto o de visión o de momento. Si el balón no entra, olvidemos el proyecto de innovación. ¿Cómo se junta todo esto? Y ¿cómo se hace esta investigación de juntar las personas bajo un mismo objetivo común, que es desarrollar el deporte y en las múltiples dimensiones? Y la otra cuestión, y esto es para los dos, es cómo, cómo ven, cómo el deporte está llamando la atención de otras industrias. Ricardo ya habló aquí de las health techs, pero por ejemplo las fintechs o otras que tienen interés en el deporte como industria. O sea, cómo traemos otras industrias o otros sectores de actividad para dentro del deporte?
Bien, arranco yo. Bueno, como dijo Ricardo, creo que hay un gran trabajo de parte de los hubs de educar a toda la industria, de enseñarles sobre las tecnologías, sobre procesos, sobre un montón de cuestiones que tienen que ver con todo lo previo a la implementación de una nueva tecnología, de una nueva startup. Creo que hoy un problema y un problema que existió siempre dentro de la industria es que muchas veces se quiere recurrir primero a la solución sin haber identificado el problema y eso es algo que los hubs muchas veces tienen el rol o debemos hacerlo, de ayudar a las organizaciones a que primero identifiquen sus problemas y una vez que tengan bien identificado el problema, saber cuál es la solución correcta que deben implementar y tal vez identificar ahí si la tecnología o lo que quieren hacer es realmente lo que necesitan o no y no empezar directamente por la tecnología sin saber qué problemas tienen. Primero siempre también implementar procesos, identificar quiénes son los actores dentro de cada escenario y poder llevar, gracias a eso, una correcta implementación. Eso por un lado en cuanto a al uso o a la implementación de las tecnologías. Después, por otro lado, creo que también siempre, y algo que tiene que ver más con las startups, cada startup tiene que buscar la organización deportiva correcta para estar presente dentro del mercado. Muchas veces, por ahí una startup, si está en una etapa inicial, no puede ir a buscar la organización deportiva más grande, o muchas veces una organización deportiva más chica no puede ir a buscar la solución más cara o más costosa. Siempre hay que buscar como el match correcto en cuanto a la situación y el estadio de una organización deportiva y al de una startup. Creo que también hay que desmitificar un poco lo que decían recién en cuanto a los precios o los valores. Implementar tecnología no siempre es implementar algo millonario o una inversión muy grande. Creo que también es parte de la innovación, saber innovar en cuanto a descubrir qué startup o qué tecnología implementar, qué modelo de negocio utilizar para que sea rentable y no siempre requiere una inversión muy costosa. Entonces, creo que ese también es parte de una especie de innovación a la hora de implementarlo. Y por último, en cuanto a tu pregunta de otras industrias y de industrias fintech, bueno, creo que la industria deportiva o el deporte tiene un condimento especial que lo hace único y es la pasión. Una organización deportiva tiene seguidores de su marca, si lo comparamos con otra industria que son siempre fieles a la marca, no van a cambiar, la van a querer a la marca, sea cual sea la condición o lo que pase, y eso, esa parte de la pasión hace que sea una industria única y que ese escenario no pueda ser replicado por ninguna otra industria.
Vale, perfecto, no. Y justo eso, y no, pegando un poco también ese tema del precio y, y de las especificidades de la industria bueno, del deporte. Enseguida también hablaremos un poco sobre cómo los inversores están mirando los inversores están mirando también al deporte y a las startups o, por otro lado, cómo también los clubes o las propiedades deportivas pueden tener inversores estratégicos para innovación, que también es otro tema. Pero Ricardo, también la pregunta sería para ti.
Vale. La primera parte de esta de educación, ¿no? Y lo que vemos un poco en el mercado de Brasil, creo que esto está cambiando un poco, es para una startup tener éxito en una conexión con la entidad deportiva. Mira, tiene mucho que venir con el argumento de que esto va a ayudar a traer facturación para la entidad deportiva, ¿no? Hay un poco que está relacionado con la cuestión de mentalidad, ¿no? Muchas entidades deportivas ven la innovación como un coste y no como un proyecto de largo plazo que va a traer beneficios a largo plazo. Entonces, las startups que vienen con una solución donde se ven una posibilidad de facturación en el corto plazo, han tenido un poco más de éxito en este medio de entidades deportivas, ¿no? Creo que este es un punto. Y Mauro ha hablado bien, el match es fundamental, ¿no? Porque muchas veces hay startups muy buenas que tienen una solución para una entidad deportiva que no tiene condición o la mentalidad de invertir en este tipo de innovación, y el otro caso, ¿no? Hay entidades deportivas fuertes, pero las startups no tienen soluciones tan maduras para esta entidad deportiva. Entonces, creo que esta parte del match, de encontrar la entidad deportiva que está buscando una solución, un producto, con una startup que tiene un mismo nivel de un poco de maturidad que puede, de facto, aportar, es un punto importante. Y muchas veces hemos visto negocios no caminaren porque el desnivel de las dos partes, de quien compra y de quien venden, era muy fuerte. Entonces, el match es fundamental. Ah, la parte de otras industrias, ¿no? Creo que la industria deportiva siempre ha sido una industria muy cerrada, ¿no? Si miramos, creo que también está cambiando, pero puedo hablar de Brasil, ¿no? Si miramos hacia atrás un poco, las personas que trabajaban en entidades deportivas eran personas que vinieron de la industria deportiva y se cambiaban de un club al otro y hoy no, creo que esto está cambiando. Hoy las entidades deportivas buscan personas de otras industrias, de otras verticales para trabajar, y otras industrias también buscan personas que han tenido experiencia en el deporte. Entonces, creo que es un punto positivo. Sobre las startups, ¿no? Y claro, hay fintechs, martechs, healthtechs que están ahí mirando el deporte como una industria de valor. Entonces, creo que es un poco nuestro trabajo también, ¿no? De poner luz a la industria del deporte para que otras startups de otras industrias vean las ventajas de una industria global con poquísimas barreras de entrada, ¿no? Distintamente de fintechs o en área de telecomunicación, o quizá health techs, donde hay muchas barreras de entrada, las regulaciones del gobierno, etc. En el deporte, no, casi nada, porque las necesidades de una entidad deportiva en Argentina es muy similar de una en Brasil, de Canadá, en Portugal, lo que sea, con, claro, niveles de maturidad distintos, pero en el centro la necesidad es muy parecida. Entonces es parte de nosotros también de poner luz a la industria deportiva para que otras industrias, otras startups, de otras verticales, vean esto como un potencial interesante. Claro que, y ahí es lo que hablamos aquí, la maturidad de la industria deportiva aún está un poco detrás de la maturidad de otros segmentos. Entonces, quizá muchas veces estas startups encuentran un poco de dificultad, pero es natural y están ahí buscando trabajar en una industria completamente virgen, vamos así llamar, de startups de otras industrias. Pero creo que el potencial es bastante grande.
Perfecto, perfecto. No, eso toca justo con un poco con el camino que me parece que es importante también para quien nos está escuchando, que es que, ¿cómo están los inversores mirando el deporte? Porque hasta un par de años o hasta muy recién, el perfil del inversor era un perfil muy específico de alguien que invertía en un proyecto porque conocía el amigo del amigo y que al final llegaba ahí. Después, mira, tenemos, pasamos a tener un otro perfil de inversores y hoy tenemos aún más un perfil donde los grandes grupos, los grandes fondos están también invirtiendo en el deporte. Y aquí tenemos dos perspectivas distintas, de Brasil, de Argentina y también de los otros países a su alrededor. Y esto también para tocar con un tercer punto, que será también la parte de internacionalización y conexión entre los sports, pero ahí llegaremos. Pero en vuestra visión, Mauro, empiezo por ti, porque probablemente también hay una gran transformación de todo el entorno socioeconómico de Argentina, no solo en el deporte, pero también de una forma global en los últimos años. ¿Y cómo, y en tu visión, hay un interés de inversores corporativos o de family offices o inversores personales que hasta un determinado punto invertían en otros sectores de actividad, deportes o salud, Empieza a haber este interés en el deporte justo por esa conexión que hablabas y por esa pasión que hablabas y por la capacidad de llegar a un público muy largo y claro, de poder también internacionalizar muchas veces su negocio del lado de las startups o también por poder ayudar muchas veces su club o su propiedad aquí en un sentido de inversión para poder desarrollar un club en una determinada área. ¿Cómo lo ves? O sea, ¿cómo están los inversores entrando por los dos lados? O sea, por el lado de las empresas, de las startups o por el lado de las propiedades.
Yo creo que hoy todavía el mercado y la parte de inversión dentro de Latinoamérica no está tan fuerte en cuanto al deporte. Creo que si bien en el último tiempo cambió un poco, todavía el perfil de inversor es un inversor que quiere algún vínculo con el deporte o tuvo algún vínculo con el deporte y quiere mantenerse dentro de la industria. Aparecen de a poco algunos casos de inversores externos que quieren estar dentro del segmento Sportech, pero creo que todavía no es tan fuerte como en otras áreas. Y creo que un poco la relación que tiene esto es la falta por ahí, que sí ahora aparecieron grandes startups, pero la falta de casos de éxito muy grandes del segmento Sportech o unicornios del segmento Sportech. Ya aparecieron algunas en el último tiempo, ya tenemos algunos casos. Creo que todavía en Latinoamérica no hay ninguno o hay muy pocos, y eso hace que por ahí no sea el segmento de más atracción para un inversor, como por ahí puede ser el segmento fintech, que es el más fácil hoy, el que mayor atracción tiene. Creo que igualmente eso está cambiando de a poco, pero todavía hay mucho potencial dentro de la industria, mucha promesa dentro de la industria y esperemos que en los próximos años tenga una mayor participación.
Ricardo.
No, estoy de acuerdo, en líneas generales, de acuerdo con Mauro. Creo que sí que está cambiando y un dado es, volvemos algunos años, no existían VCs verticales en la industria deportiva. Hoy sí que ya hay gente mirando exclusivamente la industria deportiva, o quizá hay áreas dentro de VCs tradicionales que están mirando el deporte. Entonces, para mí es un buen señal de que, mira, es una industria que está poco a poco llamando la atención de los inversores, ¿no? Y creo que cuando hablamos de inversión en el deporte, porque son otros activos deportivos también, ¿no? Entonces, si miramos en Brasil, hay ahora, claro, y no estoy aquí comparando el nivel de inversión, pero hay activos deportivos que están llamando la atención. Es el caso de las SAFs aquí en Brasil, que están empezando con la profesionalización del fútbol, con la posibilidad de clubes de fútbol tornarse empresas, mucha gente mirando esto. Creo que aún hay mucho campo para desarrollo. Entonces, eh, y, y otro punto es que la mayor parte de las startups aún de Sportech en Brasil están en una fase más early stage, diferente de otras verticales de la industria como fintechs, healthtechs, martechs, que ya están mucho más desarrolladas. Entonces también creo que aún en el deporte el early stage es muy importante, ¿no? Y el early stage muchas veces los criterios de resultado aún no están establecidos porque están empezando a ponerse. Entonces, también el tipo de análisis de inversión es un poco diferente de otras áreas. Pero otra vez, creo que está cambiando. También gente de otros países, otros mercados, mirando Sportech en Latinoamérica y cosa que no pasaba hace un par de años. Entonces, veo con un poco de optimismo, pero también la situación económica, y hablamos de Brasil, ¿no? Con los juros en los niveles que están, también no es muy favorable para inversión en startups, que es una inversión de alto riesgo. Entonces, también esto, hay un componente económico que ayuda o dificulta un poco este proceso de inversión en capital de riesgo como son las startups, ¿no? Aún más en un early stage business como es la industria del deporte.
Sí, y ese es un tema que claro, no es solo del lado del inversor, hay también que existir un entorno socioeconómico que te permita hacer esa inversión y vosotros como hubs lo hacéis muy bien, claro que los proyectos también intentan crear estas condiciones. Todo el soporte que se da a un proyecto y a una startup, sobre todo es en el sentido, claro, de mitigar también los errores que se van haciendo, pero es fundamental existir ese proceso de aprendizaje y toda esa mentoría, si queremos, y ese proceso de conocimiento que vosotros lo hacéis. Sin querer entrar en un tema demasiado político, que tampoco es lo que queremos. Dos preguntas que al final, y sigo contigo, Ricardo, y después, Mauro, te pido a ti que lo contestes. Dos preguntas que acaban por estar conectadas, que por un lado, ¿cómo pueden, sobre todo los gobiernos federales o los gobiernos estaduales, traen aquí un papel fundamental en, por un lado, soportar hubs de innovación, sea de innovación del deporte, otras áreas, pero en este caso, claro, el deporte, pero también las federaciones o las entidades gobernativas de un determinado deporte? ¿Cómo pueden las entidades que al final tienen ese papel de definir las políticas no solo deportivas, pero también las políticas económicas y sociales y globales en el Brasil? ¿Qué hace falta hacer? No sé, imagino que mucho, como en todo lado, pero ¿cuáles serían los principales cambios que deben existir en los próximos tiempos, de corto y medio plazo, para que las cosas pudieran acelerar? Y Mauro, la misma pregunta para ti.
No,
Bien,
no creo que yo empiezo o Mauro. No,
Sí,
mira,
sí, no, sí, sí, sí.
creo que, mira, y esto, y como has dicho bien, independiente del gobierno, aquí no estamos hablando del gobierno, ¿no?
Sí,
Pero
sí, sí.
nos falta totalmente una cultura deportiva en las escuelas, por ejemplo, ¿no? Hablo de Brasil aquí, ¿no? Entonces, el deporte no tiene la importancia que tiene en otros países y que tienen consecuencias muy fuertes, ¿no? Siempre hablamos que cuanto más actividad física las personas practican, menos costes van a tener con la salud, la educación es mejor, la disciplina es mejor. El deporte tiene una serie de valores muy positivos, ¿no? Para la sociedad como un todo. Entonces, para mí el primer punto es, no hay una visión clara, no hay una cultura deportiva en el país, ¿no? De cómo el deporte es importante desde niños hasta el desarrollo de las personas como ciudadanos, ¿no? Entonces, para mí este es el primer punto. Hay un otro punto que es cada vez más leyes de incentivo al sponsor en deportes, ¿no? En Brasil tenemos algunas leyes que permiten a compañías que inviertan en deporte sobre su impuesto de renta, lo que sea. Entonces hay leyes de incentivo nacionales y leyes locales, ¿no? Leyes de impuestos locales que permiten que inviertan. Y claro, muchos proyectos tienen su funding a través de estas leyes, ¿no? Cuando hablamos de startup, y ahí Portugal creo que es un caso, ¿no? De un país que está haciendo un trabajo, no en el deporte específicamente, pero que está haciendo un trabajo de incentivar el emprendedorismo, incentivar startups, incentivar que founders internacionales vengan a Portugal para vivir aquí, lo que sea. Falta también, creo que en Brasil, falta una ley un poco más clara, y ha habido una ley ahora un poco reciente, pero leyes que incentiven un poco el emprendedorismo. En Brasil sigue siendo un país donde emprender es muy costoso, es muy difícil. Entonces, creo que hay una serie de cuestiones que tienen impacto de las entidades deportivas. Y ahí, por ejemplo, el Comité Olímpico de Brasil, que tenemos una relación bastante fuerte con ellos y otras federaciones. Mira, hacen un poco lo que pueden y incentivan cada vez más, están mirando un poco el negocio, no solamente en las cuatro líneas, pero todo lo que compone el negocio de la industria del deporte. Entonces, creo que muchas tienen una visión bastante moderna y bastante positiva, y otras, claro, que aún no, aún son mucho más tradicionales y que no ven el beneficio de la inversión en el deporte, de políticas positivas. Entonces, creo que ahí sí tenemos mucho camino para trabajar, ¿no? Mucho camino para trabajar en Brasil.
Mauro, la misma cuestión.
Bien, yo creo que hablar por ahí un poco de política en Latinoamérica y
Ah,
en cuanto a esto es un poco difícil. Creo que hay mucho por hacer y creo que encontramos fallas en todos los sectores. Sí coincido con Ricardo de que hay una gran falta de educación deportiva y falta mucha educación deportiva en cuanto a la práctica de deporte dentro de los niveles educativos, pero creo que también falta mucha educación deportiva dentro de la industria para que los actores principales dentro del deporte entiendan cómo funciona la industria. Creo que nos encontramos hoy con muchos casos en donde hay sponsors tal vez que no quieren participar dentro de la industria porque no ven un respeto o una devolución de parte de los actores dentro del deporte por el sponsor, no encuentran la valoración que realmente deberían tener y creo que eso también es un déficit de la educación. Por otro lado, en cuanto a las startups, como decía Ricardo, es muy difícil emprender desde Latinoamérica. Muchas startups que están arrancando tal vez tienen que pasar muchos obstáculos solamente en cuanto a la parte burocrática y legal de lo que significa crear una startup, cuando debería ser algo mucho más simple y más fácil, porque también están generando empleo, están generando desarrollo, y no lo ven así. Y bueno, y en Argentina creo que hoy por la situación en la que estamos, con distintos valores de dólar, valuaciones y una explicación que sería para otro panel aparte y más larga, creo que también es muy difícil porque se encuentran con más obstáculos de lo que deberían, no hay mucho apoyo, y los obligan muchas veces a que las startups se terminen radicando en otros países o terminen trabajando desde otros lugares que sí les dan estas oportunidades.
no sé si es lo mismo, pero bueno, aquí en Portugal, España empieza a cambiar un poco esta cuestión que, por ejemplo, miramos a Estados Unidos y no es así. Es que sigue existiendo, y es también una pregunta con respuesta rápida. Sigue existiendo el miedo de fallar, de errar. O sea, si yo tengo un proyecto que es una startup que no va a salir bien, bueno, me voy a quedar mal y me voy a quedar con una marca en el mercado porque tuve una startup que falló, que no tuve suceso. Eso es también una barrera para invertir o para empezar un proyecto, ¿no?
Yo creo que ahí depende mucho
O empieza a cambiar.
de la mirada del inversor y de quién sea el que recibe eso. Yo creo que es muy difícil y ya el que emprende dentro de la tecnología, más allá del deporte o no, sabe que la posibilidad de éxito es muy baja a nivel global. Eh, Vemos que una de cada 10 startups son las que sobreviven, que cada vez el tiempo de vida de una startup es más bajo. Así que bueno, creo que antes de arrancar a emprender hay que saber eso y tener conciencia de eso y no deprimirse o amargarse por no tener el resultado esperado en un primer intento. Creo que también un emprendedor debe tener esa capacidad de resiliencia y de intentar, insistir y si no se puede con startup, volver a emprender, que también creo que es un poco el motor de un emprendedor y lo que le impulsa a desarrollar y a vencer esos obstáculos. Así que sí, creo que es algo normal, ya sea dentro del deporte o no. Después, incluso he escuchado hasta inversores que a la hora de invertir prefieren a un emprendedor que haya tenido ya fracasos, si queremos decirle así, dentro de otra startup, porque ya sabe que tiene una experiencia previa o sabe qué errores no cometer de nuevo. Así que ahí yo creo que depende de la mirada de cada uno. Yo soy un convencido de que la única forma de poder tener un éxito es habiendo fracasado antes muchas veces y nada, creo que es el camino para un emprendedor.
Ricardo, lo mismo
No,
en Brasil. También hay esta mirada bueno, tuviste un proyecto que nos resultó, no es un buen gestor.
no,
Bueno,
no,
ya.
estoy de acuerdo con Mauro, ¿no? Y poniendo en otro aspecto en esta discusión esto es mucho parte de nuestra educación, ¿no?
Sí.
Nos somos educados, y ahí como países, ¿no? Y las escuelas, nos somos educados a ser, no, pocas escuelas o universidades tienen un poco este trabajo de nos enseñar a ser emprendedores, ¿no? Y la cultura del fracaso es muy fuerte aquí, ¿no? Como hemos hablado. Y claro, están surgiendo también, hay cursos de escuelas, universidades, un poco con un enfoque mucho más mirando el emprendedorismo porque es parte un poco de cómo hemos sido creados, ¿no? En mi casa, mi padre era emprendedor, pero yo nunca he tenido esta creación, entonces siempre voy a conseguir un trabajo, claro. Las generaciones están cambiando, las personas están cambiando, pero creo que también es mucho una parte de cómo hemos sido educados y cómo el fracaso está en nuestras vidas, ¿no? A nadie le gusta fracasar, claro, pero el fracaso, especialmente hablando de emprendedores, es una etapa importante, ¿no? Y ha pasado con la mayoría de ellos. Entonces, es como a partir del fracaso, o qué aprendemos ahí que podemos utilizar y seguir creciendo sea en otro proyecto o en nuestras vidas, ¿no? Entonces, creo que es todo.
Muy bien, muy bien. Bueno, estamos aproximando del final. Yo creo, yo tendré aquí más dos, tres cuestiones. Os pido, bueno, esta pregunta, aunque yo sé que no es fácil de encortarla, pero os pido que intentemos hacerlo lo más posible. Que tiene mucho que ver al final qué significa esto en la parte práctica. O sea, por un lado, qué KPIs debemos usar, o sea, para un proyecto de innovación dentro del deporte y cómo lo monetizamos. O sea, yo pensando como un club, puedo imaginar que si, por ejemplo, tengo un sistema y ahí volvemos, pero volvemos al mejor escenario, que yo tengo un sistema de inteligencia artificial para gestionar todas las luces del estadio, o la agua, o lo que sea, y eso me va, al final del año, permitir reducir el coste en X millares de dólares. Pero, pero no solo en esa perspectiva, como al final y esto sobre todo también es la cuestión que tenemos que traer a los jugadores, a los presidentes, a los dueños de los clubes, que es para qué invertir y cómo lo voy a monetizar. O sea, porque muchas veces la visión es, vale, yo voy a contratar a una empresa que me va a traer una solución y eso me va a generar X de ingresos. Pero la verdad es que ni todas las soluciones generan ingresos de una forma directa. O sea, podrá ser a medio o largo plazo porque cambian el modelo de negocio, porque van a crear nuevos servicios o nuevos productos o nuevas formas de gestión de una propiedad deportiva. Pero al final, si tuvieran que hacer el pitch mismo el pitch del ascensor de 30 segundos, ¿cómo se haría este pitch de cómo vamos a monetizar? Porque esa es la pregunta que nos van a hacer como un emprendedor, vale, ¿qué voy yo a ganar con eso? Y es la pregunta que nos hacen todos los días, seguro. Entonces, para los dos, pidiendo que sea un viaje de 10 pisos, la pregunta es esa, ¿cuál es el pitch para monetizar o para contestar o para decir cuál es la monetización de un proyecto de innovación? Mauro.
Es una pregunta bastante difícil sin por ahí tener el conocimiento de la startup o de lo que hacen, pero creo que sí, de alguna forma, cuál va a ser el incremento en la monetización que una startup le puede dar a la organización. Creo que arrancando siempre por ese para comenzar esa conversación, ese pitch. Y luego, en cuanto al modelo de negocio, ver si es posible ofrecerle al club un modelo de negocio que sea tal vez un fee o un porcentaje de ese incremento en la monetización, lo cual va a hacer que el club o la organización deportiva tenga que hacer una inversión menor bueno, y el beneficio de ese incremento sea un win-win para las dos partes. Para mí ese siempre creo que es el mejor escenario para que la organización deportiva no tenga que hacer esa inversión inicial alta o forzarlos a tal vez una inversión que no tenían seguramente planificada en el presupuesto actual, y que a veces eso puede ser un obstáculo y sí participar en una negociación que los beneficie a los dos.
Perfecto, gracias. Ricardo.
No, también, mira, sí, de acuerdo, pero para mí el primer punto es entender de verdad cuál es la real necesidad de este cliente, ¿no? Porque, claro, y cuál es el principal objetivo de este cliente, ¿no? Es, claro, es reducción de costes, awareness, es monetización, nuevas fuentes de monetización. Primer punto es entender, porque muchas veces partimos para encontrar soluciones que quizá no son las más importantes para aquel momento de aquella entidad deportiva. Entonces, esta parte de conocer el real problema y hacer priorizaciones de los problemas creo que es un punto importante, ¿no? Y estoy de acuerdo con Mauro, y hemos hablado de esto un poco antes, y mirando en nuestra maturidad de nuestro mercado, cualquier modelo de negocio que implique en una inversión por parte de la entidad deportiva upfront es más difícil de poner de pie, ¿no? Entonces es mucho entender, eh, como hemos hablado, de que vean fácilmente que van a tener resultado y que, claro, quizá esta inversión puede venir en una segunda parte, pero encontrar un modelo de negocio que donde vean este beneficio directamente y que no necesiten poner un upfront muy fuerte, porque creo que en poquísimos casos esto tendría éxito. Entonces, de acuerdo con Mauro ahí de buscar una solución de que fee, un fixed fee con un variable, para un poco este mix, ¿no?
Perfecto, perfecto. Bueno, tenemos justo llegado a los últimos 5 o 6 minutos y yo voy a empezar a cerrar un poco. Bueno, hablamos aquí del proceso, también un poco la educación que los hubs tienen, el papel en la educación que los hubs tienen, no solo para los inversores, pero también para las startups y para los clubes y las propiedades deportivas. Enfocamos aquí también un poco sobre cómo medir, sobre los retos políticos también que hay y un poco esta cultura de mindset, el mindset que tenemos que tener no solo dentro de la industria del deporte, pero también pero de una forma transversal como sociedad. También sobre los errores que se cometen, que existen, de muchas veces quieren empezar por un proyecto de inteligencia artificial cuando tampoco tenemos datos o conocemos nuestro público y está hablando sobre todo lo que es la parte de fan engagement. Y un poco para terminar, o sea, yo os iba a pedir tres, si queremos, bueno, ahora dos y volveremos al final. Os iba a pedir dos respuestas a dos cuestiones muy objetivas. Por un lado, para Sports Innovation, Latam y para el Arena, también, o sea, la pregunta es para los dos. ¿Cuáles son los principales proyectos y los retos para este año y los proyectos de medio y largo plazo? Y por otro lado, porque al final también es importante para las personas que nos siguen, dos, tres ejemplos de empresas o de proyectos de startups que estén llamando la atención en cualquier de las áreas dentro del deporte. Entonces, Mauro, empiezo por ti ahora.
Creo que por ahí el reto más grande que tenemos de acá al futuro y posiblemente el mismo que teníamos en el pasado es seguir generando esta conciencia dentro de la industria, de la profesionalización de la industria a través de la tecnología, de la implementación de procesos, de la educación en cuanto al manejo de datos. Hoy creo que estamos en una industria que genera millones de datos en cualquier ámbito, no solamente desde rendimiento, sino toda la parte que tenga que ver con el fan, y muchos de esos datos hoy ni siquiera están siendo analizados. Ni siquiera se sabe cómo analizarlos, ni siquiera se sabe cómo cruzar datos de una tecnología, de una base de datos con otra. Entonces creo que hay mucho trabajo todavía por hacer dentro de ese sector, como parte de la profesionalización de la industria. Para nosotros es un punto muy importante en el que le damos mucho valor desde hace un tiempo y creemos que todavía lo que se está analizando, lo que se está procesando es un porcentaje muy bajo de todo lo que se tiene. A partir de eso, la implementación luego de procesos, de identificación de oportunidades, de identificación de nuevos negocios, que creo que es por ahí la parte más importante, en donde tenemos un terreno completamente verde por desarrollar dentro de la industria deportiva.
Y quieres señalar buenos ejemplos de startups que hacen parte de vuestro ecosistema y que quieras dar como un buen ejemplo sin querer personificar o sin querer decir que los otros son menos, pero para llamar la atención para el ecosistema.
Bueno, una startup que está creciendo mucho dentro de acá en Argentina y en parte de la región es Libro de Pases, no sé si la conocen, es una startup que trabaja mucho en cuanto al scouting de datos de jugadores, se analizan muchos datos a través de la plataforma con inteligencia artificial para que los clubes puedan encontrar nuevos jugadores y trabajan mucho con jugadores juveniles dentro de toda la región. Creo que es una startup que viene creciendo de una forma sostenida en el último tiempo y nada, creo que lo va a seguir haciendo por un tiempo más todavía.
Perfecto, gracias, gracias. Ricardo, lo mismo, retos y algunos ejemplos.
Bueno, retos generales son un poco esto, ¿no? De seguir creciendo el ecosistema y cada vez más haciendo conexiones de valor, ¿no? Para todas las partes, de todos los stakeholders, ¿no? Como proyectos, nosotros tenemos dos proyectos bastante grandes. Hemos firmado en el principio del año con el Comité Olímpico de Brasil, el Arena Hub, como la agencia oficial de innovación del Comité Olímpico de Brasil, ¿no? Entonces, hasta los Juegos de Los Ángeles 28. Entonces, ahí tenemos 4 años de proyectos con ellos, ¿no? Con el COP, empezando mucho por entender y mapear el estatus de innovación del deporte olímpico brasileño. Estamos en la fase inicial de este trabajo y después una serie de challenges, proyectos, contenidos, 4 años de proyectos. Y hemos empezado también ahora el tercer batch de nuestro programa de aceleración, o el Podium Labs, que tenemos ahí startups no solamente de Brasil, pero también startups internacionales que miran el mercado brasileño con un gran potencial. Entonces, estamos entrando en la tercera fase de nuestro programa de aceleración y un programa mucho destinado a conectar las startups con potenciales clientes, ¿no? Claro, a revisar modelos de negocios, acelerar y traccionar las startups, pero con esta visión mucho de generar negocios para todos ellos. Estos son dos proyectos, diría, bastante grandes que tenemos este año, além de otros proyectos de innovación propietarios que estamos desarrollando. De startups, tenemos una Sports Media Network muy fuerte en nuestro mercado que está creciendo bastante también, ¿no? Tenemos startups de Fan Engagement que son fuertes, de Health Techs también, que cómo trabajar con datos de las personas, cómo consumen sus hábitos del día a día, ¿no? Y beneficios que tienen. Entonces, tenemos ahí un poco de las áreas que he mencionado anteriormente, startups con un potencial bastante interesante que están haciendo un trabajo bastante grande, bastante bien.
Perfecto, perfecto. Pues señores, esto seguro que estaríamos aquí muchas más horas, pero estamos llegando al final. Ya me están señalando que estamos llegando al final. Entonces, y ahora para terminar, os pido aquí un mensaje final, 1 minuto al máximo a cada uno de los dos. Un mensaje final, probablemente yo y aquí, ah, en una perspectiva de mensaje, por un lado al emprendedor, pero también al inversor y el porqué del deporte y, claro, también porque estar conectado con vuestro hub. Entonces, Mauro, ¿cómo empezamos por ti? Bueno, ahora cerramos con Ricardo. Te pido a ti también esta palabra final. Agradeciendo
Eh,
desde ya a los dos.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Lo que yo siempre digo, que estamos en la industria deportiva, seguramente en la industria más apasionante y más divertida del mundo. Si eso lo cruzamos con la tecnología, lo hace aún más divertida. El deporte creo que tiene la capacidad de cambiarle la vida a un montón de personas y al potenciarlo con la tecnología lo hace mucho más. Emprender también es un mundo fascinante, con lo cual creo que todos esos condimentos reunidos en un mismo ecosistema, en una misma industria, lo transforma en un desafío muy, muy apasionante. Y por otro lado, la industria deportiva en cuanto a la tecnología está completamente por desarrollar. Hay un montón de oportunidades, hay un montón de espacios y de lugar para todos. Así que siempre invito a todos los actores que se quieran sumar, a todos los emprendedores que quieran participar de esta industria, que hay un largo camino todavía por recorrer, hay mucho por hacer, así que espero que se sumen.
Perfecto, gracias. Ricardo, palabra final.
No, muy de acuerdo con lo que Pablo ha dicho, ¿no? Creo que tenemos un potencial enorme de crecimiento en esta industria, ¿no? Es una industria con muchas posibilidades que aún no hemos aún descubierto y que hay espacio para mucha gente, ¿no? Un especial llamado para los inversores, ¿no? Que sigan mirando esta industria con potencial y, claro, es un tiempo de maturidad que es natural que lleve, ¿no? Y nosotros como ecosistemas de innovación, sea en Argentina, en Brasil, en España, tenemos, nuestros retos son muy parecidos, ¿no? Entonces tenemos cada vez más, claro, que formar este gran grupo de la industria porque creo que el beneficio es general, ¿no? Entonces veo con muchos buenos ojos este tipo de evento, ¿no? Que Galicia está organizando otra vez, porque, mira, para compartir un poco experiencias, compartir cases de suceso, cases de fracaso, que son importantes, como hemos hablado aquí, para seguir creciendo y desarrollando, ¿no? Entonces, veo muchas oportunidades y, claro, a los que están mirando Brasil, estamos de puertas abiertas para hablar y quizá ayudaros en este mercado, ¿no?
Pues, señores, de mi parte ha sido un gusto, un placer enorme estar aquí con vosotros. Agradecerlos a los dos también por vuestro tiempo, por lo que habéis compartido. Seguro que mucho más tendríamos aquí para compartir. Dar la enhorabuena también a Galicia Sportech por traer este tema muy enfocado durante todo el día de hoy en la agenda online. Y claro, según es una comunidad que está totalmente conectada, estamos todos a la distancia de un clic o un mensaje de un WhatsApp. Así que estaremos juntos seguro. Y una vez más agradecerlos y bueno, agradecer a todos también que estuvieron ahí al otro lado escuchando y probablemente también tirando un poco de las palabras que Ricardo y Mauro trajeron aquí durante esta tarde. A todos muchas gracias y nos vemos por ahí seguro. Un abrazo.
Gracias, chao, chao.
Gracias. Chao, chao.
Y ya está.
a group of entrepreneurs. Maybe they can learn from a panel, regardless of who's on the panel. So I'm really interested in making sure that we set us
in this case with European hubs in sports tech. Today with me, and I'll start with the ladies, we have Yves Viguier from Yunus Sports Hub and Karsten from Sports Lab Copenhagen. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for accepting this invitation. For me, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
So in the next 45 minutes, basically the idea will be to pass a little bit about the landscape of the sports ecosystem in Europe, the different dimensions of sports innovation that we have represented on this panel, and of course, different realities, different contexts, Northern Europe, Central Europe, and also regarding your activity as sports hubs. So with no further delays, just a quick intro on my side. My name is Mena. I'm director of new business for Ginscam. Ginscam is an American company that works with digital platforms for sports properties, mobile applications, web, and we work basically around the globe with more than 200 sports properties. That said, and once again, thanking you for your time and for accepting the invitation. I'll start once again with Yves. Just a quick intro on Yunus Sports Hub, that was founded by the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, that I had the honor to meet in Riyadh, not this last December, but the previous one. So the Yunus Sports Hub is a global network of social business using sport as a tool to tackle poverty, unemployment, and climate crisis. Leveraging the unique expertise and the reach of Yunus ecosystem and the global social business movement, the hub enables the implementation of global projects with local impact. So as we can see, it has this social and local impact through sports. Regarding Sports Lab Copenhagen, it's a hub in the network-based organization based in Copenhagen, Denmark, supporting entrepreneurship in sports innovation. With a different approach, provides specialized consulting within the sector, and its activity is actively engaged in the developing the Nordic sports innovation ecosystem. So I'll ask you both to basically complement much better than me this short intro, but I wanted to create the context to start this conversation. Yves, once again, starting with the ladies, you are program manager of Yunus Sports Hub. Tell us a little bit about the hub itself, why it started, how it started, and your main activities in the current days.
Thank you so much. So yes, I am a program coordinator at Yunus Sports Hub, and I joined 3 years ago the company. So we work in the ecosystem of Professor Yunus, father of social business and also microcredit. So he developed this into the world. So we are a worldwide company, but we use the power and the concept of social business through or by sport. That's why we are mainly focused to act in sport. And so where it starts, our co-founder, Johan Noguier, meet Professor Yunus during the Olympic Games in Rio 2016. And then they plan to develop the social business of the game of Paris 2024 and sign a deal and develop ESS 2024. So it's to have the social procurement of the game, to use all the money to find a lot of little market and not the main brand, to work with local market, but also with people with disability, refugee, focus on women. So this kind of initiative. But after we develop a lot of different aspects in Yunus Sports Hub, so we support individuals and also organization for transitioning, in social business. So I am focused a lot on individual in my mission. So mainly I support athletes and youth to develop their social business. So, for example, we launched Paris 2024 and AFD incubator to support athletes from Africa to develop their business. Also, we developed a program with City of Paris and also the Comité départemental de Seine-Saint-Denis to support youth entrepreneurs to develop their social business in Paris and the region of Paris area. After, we developed a program with the IOC, Business Accelerator, to support athletes and Olympians to develop their social business into the world. It's very a worldwide program. And also IOC Youth Leader to support youth and youth leader to develop social business, but also like be an ambassador in the sport movement and promote Olympic value. And more than that, we have other solutions such as transforming cities to develop Third Place. It's a community center with sport facilities and health facilities to give access to assets, local needs. And also GIZ platform to give all the training to train the coach of the sport for development sector and give them all the insight about fundraising, for example, innovation, but we can speak about this later, I am sure.
For this fantastic job and approach that you guys have. So, Kirsten, you are founder of Sports Lab Copenhagen. More on the different approach. Can you tell us a little bit about not only your role but also the role of the Sports Lab in the Nordic sports innovation? You are muted right now. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't want to interfere with the sound, but thank you for inviting us. Happy to participate. I hope next time maybe we also can be physically in Galicia. Yeah, Sports Lab. Just a little bit on myself. Very short. I've been working in the sports management world, based out of Switzerland for 20 years. I worked on the agency and international sports federation side as a marketing commercial director, and in those roles I was often contacted by a lot of startups, a lot of companies with new innovation technology, and I found it, on a weekly basis very difficult to cut through the clutter and understand which ones should we actually be engaging with, and that was 6-7 years ago. So, fast forward, moved to Denmark about 5 years ago for personal reasons, but I discovered that the sports tech sector was still a very embryonic sector. There was very few hubs. There was Le Tremplin in Paris, one of the very early ones. And Denmark had already maybe 70-80 what you could call sports tech startups in the ecosystem, and probably around the same in the other Nordic countries. And the idea was, there's been other sectors in Denmark like health tech and fintech, which have become quite big in Copenhagen, that have developed the ecosystem by bringing the startups under one roof. That was the initial idea. Can we create an epicenter for sports tech? And that's how it all started for Sports Lab Copenhagen, was bringing making a physical hub so that there was a natural exchange of experiences, of networks, of investors coming in and so forth. That happened just before COVID. COVID hit, everybody started working from home. We had to close down the physical hubs. So now we function more as a virtual hub and network. But really the intention was to make a connection, bridge the gap between the world of startups and the world of sports organizations, sports facilities, knowing that they have very different way of thinking, approaches, decision, processes, etc. To summarize what Sports Lab Copenhagen, what it is today, we have members. So we work on one hand with a number of startups, and I have to say that maybe if we should compare with, I know we might talk about this later, but with other European countries, is there's a lot here about, of course, environment, social, the social environmental sustainability aspects. So really interesting also to hear what Eve was mentioning, because we also do a little bit of work in that area. And so it's much more focused, I would say, on performance and on what I call well-being and health through sports than it is actually fan engagement and media, where I think there's some companies in Spain and London and that have but we also have, so we have companies across the board as well. The mission of Sports Lab Copenhagen was really to help support the startups. So it was really taking the the angle of the startups and how can we help them from very initial ideation, and I'll explain what I mean by that, to international scaling. So ideation often happens here in university settings. So we have established very good collaboration, especially with the University of Southern Denmark in Odense, which had a strong sports science department and biomechanics, but also in Aalborg and Copenhagen. And there we have an incubation program that sits within the university's incubation environment. So they have each university has an incubation, but they don't have a vertical for sports called Sports and Health Tech. And that's funded through some foundation money that helps entrepreneurship in universities. The next level, if you will, in that call it the seamless pathway, is that we have still an early stage incubation slash accelerator, and that's an EU funded program called S-Sprint. So if you're young, you're a student or researcher in the university, you have an idea, you incubate in university, then you can come in the next program. And then the next stage is then that, we support startups when they want to scale internationally. And there we have made relationships with other Sports Tech Hub internationally, so we can make those connections and also connect them to the markets, to the sports organization, to the sports facilities, to the sports brands, etc. So this is in a nutshell. Next to that, we also have a sort of a consulting branch where we work on international projects, and that's not only with startups, that's actually with corporates, bigger organizations, where we've been helping them develop their sports tech or sports hub strategies, also like sports facilities that want to bring innovation into the multi-sports facilities. But what helps with that is that we know also the sports tech world. We know what solutions there are out there. So we also work, as you mentioned, on a Nordic level. We have a very good collaboration because we're small countries. So if you take Sweden, it's a big country, but in terms of inhabitants, it's quite small. So we need to very quickly, the companies here need to export and to go out in the world. So we think that coming across as a Nordic region rather than one country makes us stronger and give us a strongest voice. So we have launched, for example, an annual event called the Nordic Sports Innovation Summit together with the University of Southern Denmark, which now we're taking to Norway. The idea is to rotate it between Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark. Yeah, that's in a nutshell. Of course, we do a lot of things, but this is the core of it, I think.
And it's a lot, and thank you both for this great introduction. So, as I mentioned earlier, although we have some alignment prepared, basically what you guys bring, it's enough for the additional questions. So, if returning to your person, because we have here two different dimensions of the impact of sports in society. We are talking about social impact or economic impact from a startup, for instance, or of a sports tech. So two different dimensions, although definitely they will cross at some point. Even this is for you, and then we can adapt it for Carsten also, but others you guys, those Unisports have identify and select the projects or the entrepreneurs that have the potential to generate this significant impact through sport, especially when most of these projects or these entrepreneurs they have a lot of barriers to reach out to you or to reach out to any kind of vehicle that will leverage their projects. So on the field, especially when we think about underdeveloped countries or countries that need more support on this area. So how does your work what does your work consist, and how do you approach these projects, or how do they approach you?
That's a good question, because sometimes we focus a lot on the social impact or environmental impact, and sometimes we just support social entrepreneurs to develop their project, even if it's more business related, without the main focus on impact. Like we can do both, because we really think like a little impact can have a huge impact if we support the community and we support local people or vulnerable people to develop their project. Even like we support also startup, but even if the startup isn't full oriented into impact, that's still very valuable to support the project, because we can after support the transition into impact, even if it's not from the beginning. So, for example, we work a lot with an organization based in Paris, Kaboubou. They organize a lot of events for refugees here in Paris. So it's for social inclusion, but it's also to develop employability, because they train them to be, for example, sport coach with training specific to this, and also to develop a lot of different work in sport, like safeguarding. Like you can be in protect people in the swimming area, for example. So that's an example, but also we think there is a lot of synergy between athlete and entrepreneur, because they know how to face challenge in competition, and they know how to develop a lot of different. That's why we support a lot of projects transitioning for social impact or environmental impact. So I have some example success story in mind. Taco, it's a brand from Sarah Amfou. She developed table tennis 100% made in Africa by African. So she is from Ghana. And that's why she developed this material, for example, and that's also sustainable, because she used only like good material and only from the country, like she export nothing. So that's also very valuable. And more than that, we also have program only designed to support social change or environmental change. So I already mentioned Talent 2024, and that's the main focus. Like it was in the criteria selection of all the participants. Same for the incubator Paris 2024 and AFD, Agence Française de Développement. We only want to focus and to support athletes with a project linked with social or environmental impact. So when we launch the call for proposal for this kind of program, we only accept the application relevant with an impact. So it depends, because some program we won't filter this, but some other yes, and that's why we put a main focus on that. And the majority of youth people and athletes have this feeling they want to have an impact and to change the world, because they are from this generation. They feel like there is the climate crisis and all the social challenge. They want to face it, and that's why to give them the skill and the frame to develop this project and this wish. But from the beginning, they really want to have an impact in their community. And that's why we support them to develop their business, but in the same time, they create employability and they have another indirect impact on other people. So it's like a huge theory of change for us, but because when we only train one people, it can change life of many people with this circle, positive circle.
Perfect. Thanks, Yves. I'll just add a question, and then I'll ask this question also to you, Carsten. another add-on. How do you measure the impact of these projects? I imagine that you have dozens of projects, and they are very different on their basis on their goals. So, in fact, there are two questions. First is, what are the first question is, what are the main areas of the potential projects or the projects that you support? And the second is, how do you measure the impact and the success of these projects?
So we measure two kinds of data. One is more linked with the result of all the projects we support. So, for example, if they structure the organization with legal statute, if they create employability, like employment, if they work now with people and they create job, after it can be like the indirect beneficiary, like how much people benefit from their service or product. And after they will all the satisfaction area. So of course, what they think about the support, and after they have to deliver tasks each time during the incubation or acceleration process. So it's another way for us to evaluate the impact, because, for example, they have to deliver a lean Canva. So in a one pager, you have to put all the different aspects of your project. So of course the cost and revenue, but also like the value proposition, the distribution. So how you will deliver the product or the services, the main target, and all in this pager you can really see if it's a circular economy or not, and how we can evaluate all the aspects of the production of the service or the product they want to develop. And after they have to develop a MVP, so same, they have to test the client or the target they want to work with before develop the final offer. So it's a very like entrepreneurial mindset, and we go step by step to really check if the value will be relevant or not for the market. And through that, we can know and evaluate the impact of the product. And of course, the sales, that's the main aspect in all the business. We evaluate the sales and the revenue they can create through that.
Perfect. Thanks. Carsten, I'll pick on this, and because it's and I was discussing this earlier today with Latin American hubs. That is always that is transversal. That is how do we measure the success of an innovation project, or when we go to a meeting with a potential customer or potential investor? Usually the question is, how do we monetize? How do I see the money, or what it brings to me as an organization or as a potential investor? So of course they are different. The projects are different. One of the questions is precisely this one: how do you measure? Because it's not always about the money. It's about the process, perhaps. It's about making something different. And the other that is also more related with the investment part. It's curious because when you speak about Nordic countries, it's totally different than here in Portugal or Spain, and more different than what happens for instance, in South America. And one of the things that, one of the questions that we have seen in the past, and I see it here in Portugal, is about the profile of the investors. Until 4 or 5 years before COVID, perhaps, the investor was usually a friend of a friend, or someone that has a lot of money and will support this project that someone thinks that's a good idea, and okay, let's see how it goes. If I lose money, it's not that tricky. Sometimes it is. But now we see the profile of the investors. It's totally different. We have vertical funds of VC, so we have different types of investors. So one, it's about the KPIs and how do we measure it. The second, it's about the profile of the investors, and if you see that this has been changing, and then more and more corporate investors are entering the sports business?
Yeah, so there's two sides to the questions. Yeah, the first one, I guess, on the KPIs or how do you measure success? Is that what you're after for startups here? And I think I don't think it's much different than it is in other places. Of course, we measure the traditional the metrics that are financial metrics, but also maybe we put a greater focus here as well on sustainability, because that's an important thing in the Nordic countries, but also Sports Lab Copenhagen is something that is important for us. So we put a special emphasis on these things, whether it's environmental or social impact, job creation, etc. But I think it's really otherwise, when we have to select companies, it depends at which stage they are. I mentioned there's two different programs. So if the middle program, it would be more about, you need to have a prototype, you need to have not be older than 2 years old as a registered company, because we want, not company that's been around for 10 years trying to get off the ground, but someone that's quite new on the block. And is it scalable? What is the ESG impact? Is there a real product market fit? That's often something that is overlooked. And then I think that the really important aspects are who's on the team, what the team is. I know this is something that this is probably the main thing that investors look for is the team. We do the same. And the last thing is, can we add value? Because there's so many different companies doing so many different things. So does it fit in terms of our networks and our ability to help them develop? But then, how do we measure impact? To be honest, we don't measure at the moment on the long term. We follow the companies after the program, because we don't think it's just a matter of 10 weeks or going through a program, but it's actually a longer period that you need to be accompanied. And then, of course, we follow the market traction and help them scale internationally, as I mentioned earlier. But we don't. I think we do have some kind of measurement at the end of the 10-week program, but that's it, and that's very much linked on how they have been able to develop over those 10 weeks. In terms of investors, I think in the Nordics, I know for sure for Denmark, but I think it's similar in the other Nordic countries, is that you have very good access to soft funding. That is money that is given through the government, that is pretty generous. You can get paid a salary for 1 or 2 years if you get into a program that's called the InnoFounder program here. There's quite a lot of companies that go through. It's very popular. And then you can get an InnoBooster, so you can get more money afterwards. If you, for example, raise a certain amount in investor money, then the government will match that amount up to a certain limit, of course. So there's that means that it helps a lot of investors de-risk and get into entrepreneurial projects. But in terms of I think one of the issues that we have here is that the investment amounts are still very small, especially if you compare to American investors. As I said, it's smaller countries. We have some angel investors, we have VCs, etc. We also have one of maybe a big source of investment here is private foundations. So all the big companies, whether it's Lego, Maersk, Novo Nordisk, have a foundation that gives money to projects that support their mission. So if you have a product or service that supports the mission, you can actually access quite a lot of money that way as well. Usually they're more supporting projects that are not for profit. So it depends a little bit what angle you have. But I think what I see that more and more is that it's easier, especially Novo Nordisk, which is a huge pharmaceutical company, Danish company. They have a foundation that is very, very rich. And they used to be quite narrow in what's the kind of project they were supporting. They were very much more med and health. But now, because they have so much money, they have broadened. And so what I always recommend for sports tech companies that have a relation to health is if you position your product more into health, you can access, it's easier to access. Also, I think a lot of investors, they understand better the health sector than they understand what sports tech is about.
And there are more and more, and we see it more and more in different regions. Other areas, and we spoke about health, or health is perhaps the one that has most the connection with sports. But we see the fintechs and other startups from different areas as transportation, communications, entering sports, because at the end of the day, they are a sports event or a sports project will consume or will have impact or will need some of these areas. We have a time restriction here, so I'll go again to Karsten with a question. But the question is for both. But I'll ask Karsten to answer this question, and then if you want to start already with your final message, because you will have this hard stop in 10 minutes that we know. I'll kindly ask you to. But we spoke about the investment, and we spoke about the way to start projects and how they impact. One of the things that is curious to see, it's about the entrepreneurship culture. Especially we see it a lot in the US, that if you don't have a failure, you are not a success businessman, or you don't have a good project. So until you get a failure, you are not done with that. You are not ready to start your own business. Is it the same culture in the Nordics? And part of this, of course, we don't want people to fail, but at some point everybody fails. With this relation with the universities and the mentorship and the relation with investors and the entrepreneurs. How do you use sports in this culture of try and fail, and you'll succeed at some point, or well, perhaps most likely you will succeed. We will get closer to succeed. How does this relation, university, mentorship, and entrepreneurs work on this particular area?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think first of all, I think that Denmark, for example, has gone a long way over the last 10 years. It's really become society with a lot of entrepreneurship today. Part of the reason is what I mentioned earlier, access to funding, early access to funding, and so forth, but also because we have a very strong safety net. It's a very social country, so it doesn't really matter if you fail. You always have a way to get back on your feet, and the society will support you. So I think that has made that we have actually some sectors where Denmark, you mentioned fintech and health. I mean, these are very medtech, very, very strong sectors here. The other aspect is, I think that that's still something that is need to be worked on. That's the transition from university to the world of to the business world. And for example, I mentioned the University of Southern Denmark. They have this sports science department. They created a bachelor and a master in innovation and entrepreneurship. So sports science is normally students that they could become physical education teachers, or it's more with biomechanics and sports. But we encourage them because there's not so many jobs in the sports sector itself, that we need to create jobs, and we encourage them to be their own bosses and create their own companies. So this is one way to do it, but there is what we've been doing a lot is trying to bridge that gap between the university, the academic environment, and the business or sports organization environment. And this we do. We do a lot of workshops, where we bring students and startups together to work on a challenge, for example. That's one way to do it. We of course do also internships and things like that. And then I mentioned the Nordic Sports Innovation Summit. So we try to create all these. We work with innovation design method so that these two worlds can come closer together. And yeah, I think that's working quite well, and we would like to do that on a Nordic level as well.
Great, great. Eve, I'll get back to you, but as I mentioned, due to the time restriction of Carson, that we have only 5 minutes with him, and I'll ask you just for after you for more 5-10 minutes to comment on this. And Carson, just to finalize, if we want this part, what are your, I would say, what are your mid-long-term projects and the challenges? And if you want to also and you can start perhaps from there, if you want to share with us one or two good examples of real cases of startups or companies that are part of your ecosystem, for the audience to also to know them, please go ahead. It's the right space to do it.
I'm always happy to do that, especially the ones that we not only the ones that we work with, because we have some very I'll just mention some that we actually don't work directly with, have close connections with, but that are very successful internationally. One of them is Vio, that makes a camera you can put on the side of a football pitch, for example. And you probably know it because I think they have more than 40,000 clubs around the world. Very well funded company. And I think what's interesting there is they take technology that was before only accessible to rich clubs, but they make it accessible to grassroots. And I think what we see a lot of technology in sports tech now going from elite level to making it accessible to grassroots and smaller clubs. And the other thing I wanted to say earlier is I think a lot of innovation, it comes at the intersection of sports, and I think you mentioned that as well, in other sectors. Take sports and tourism, sports and health, sports and urbanization, etc. So I also recommend for companies to really look sometimes at the intersection of that. I can mention a few companies. There's other one is not a company, but I was a couple of weeks ago at the Danish Super League, which is the first league in Denmark, and I was kind of blown away. They have it's a year-old setup. It's like a facility that is in the center of Copenhagen, connected by fiber optics to all the major stadiums in Denmark, so they can actually produce football matches live, where the whole production happens not in the OB van, at the stadium, but actually in a centralized place in Copenhagen. And they have also all the referee, VAR assist, all happens in. So there's a lot of economies of scale, but also they get more control over a lot of things. So that's also is a very interesting. I think it's the only one in the world. That's at least what they told us. Just after this, I'm going to an advisory board to a startup that is in the Danish Technical University, which is the equivalent. It's the engineers. They've developed a patch that measures that you can wear and measures in real time your lactate. So you can your threshold aerobic, anaerobic, which normally is a bit cumbersome to do. So they're very early stage, but really, really promising and interesting company. Another one that does a little patch you can put on your chest that in 3 minutes you get your VO2 max very, very accurately, where normally VO2 max is quite a process to measure. Another one, Levitate. Levitate, they make blades for amputees. Blades, so you can normally it's very expensive to get a blade. They have made a system that you can you get a kit that you install yourself, and you can do sports. You can start running for a fraction of the price of what it normally costs, and so forth and so forth. But also mentioned in the same, more than what Yunus Sports Hub are doing, we also working with social impact projects. We have there's a company, it's an NGO called Girl Power, that works with refugees mainly, but also mainly trying to empower women through football. The founder is Khalida Popal, who has been the captain of the Afghanistan women's team, and when the Taliban came in, helped them to go out, and now is working to try to get a team together that would be recognized by FIFA and so forth. So we're also doing a lot of work there, and we also have an incubation program with her at the one of the football clubs here, FC North Zealand, where we're working. It's called Right to Dream, and we work with social impact projects that have a link to football as well with there. But yeah, that's just to give some examples of companies. What was your
basically your final message, because we are on your time.
But I think my message is that it's really important, and I think what I really enjoyed over the last 5 years doing this is the international collaboration and the openness to share that has been, and I think it's still there. That we need to. It's still a growing sector, and there's room for everybody. And I think there's so many things happening in different places that I just encourage that we have more of these type of discussions and more connections between the different hubs around the world, not just the Nordic together. But yeah, that's my message for.
Great. No, thank you a lot, Carson. It was great to have you here. You are free to go when it's the time.
I would love to stay, but as I said, I have to be on an advisory board in the Danish Technical University in 15 minutes, so I need to jump out. But it was a pleasure to be there as well and to meet you. And as I said, I hope to come.
Thank you very much, Carson. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Yves, part of the question it's the same. That is about the investor profile, and so we invest into support and back up your projects, and then of course some messages also regarding where you are focused and where the Yunus Sports Hub are looking into it in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, basically in the short and midterm. But one of the things, and it was curious, and it was interesting to understand about this safety net and that the Nordic countries, not only the Nordic countries, but also the Nordic countries have for investing. And when we see, of course, that some of these projects that you support come from very difficult areas, social difficult areas. At the end of the day, who backs up this project, and what type or what is the profile of the investors that support this projects with you, of course?
So at Yunus Sportech, it's more like we support the entrepreneur to reach investor, and we have other program where we invest directly in entrepreneur, but we don't really connect investor with a social entrepreneur. But for example, we have a program in Africa, in Senegal, entrepreneurship for women. And we support all the women. The first phase is only the training. And after, when they join the incubation phase, we start invest in their project. And we use the no-bin approach. It's the new approach from Professor Yunus. So we invest a lot of money at the beginning, and then less and less and less, because the business start to develop, and it became sustainable. That's why that's a new method we develop. But after, we have other kind of program where we invest directly in entrepreneurs. So Talent 2024 is an example. IOC Youth Leader also with the International Olympic Committee. And also, I want to add that the main message from Yunus Sportech is to start little, but still start, like step by step. And that's why we also have some program linked with intrapreneurship. So it's from the company itself. We work with some corporation, than the brand to develop the concept of social business. So, for example, BNP Paribas, it's a bank in France, and we develop a training to train youth people to develop the concept on social business. So they have to work on social business, existing social business in the group of people, and then they start to understand how it works. So directly through the company, they can develop their own business idea. It's the same with Decathlon. I know they have a hub where they support social entrepreneurs through their employee. So that's not a need, to directly become a social entrepreneur. You can be an employee and also start your business idea. So that's also a big thing. Even if I have to speak mainly about France, we have, a support. For the first year, we began a company in France. We have like low taxes to support us, but that's also a good opportunity for us to start a business when we have a job in the same time. That's also something we value at Unisportum, to don't just stop everything you have for your business, because of course you need time to become sustainable. And the last solution I want to speak about is the one we developed with Danone. So we support NGOs transition for clean and health water. And it was through a big corporate we do this, so with Danone. But Professor Yunus really think that when we change only one step of a company, it can have a huge impact. So that's also something we do. We work with individuals, but also with big organizations. So that's my end message too, like do step by step, and then you will succeed.
No, once again, congratulations for all of your projects and for this approach. This is particularly relevant, especially considering the times that we are now generally globally facing. Eva, I want to thank you also very much for your time. If you want to add something, please, you have a minute or two just to add it. I know that people follow Sports Hub. I had a privilege, as I mentioned, to meet Professor Yunus in Riyadh a year and a half ago. And it was great to meet him and to understand a little bit about all of the job that you do and how it really impacts locally in the direct people. It's not something for scale. It's about it's reaching out individual people by themselves. So it's something very, very, very important, especially in these particular days. If you want to add something, please go ahead.
No, thank you so much. Next time, I'm glad if I can meet you in person and be here in person, of course. And the main focus of Unisport Hub is now to work on transforming cities, to develop a physical hub to respond local needs. And also it changes everything when it's in person, even if we have main of our program online. That's also one area of improvement, and we work on it. Just to mention this.
Perfect. Well, Eve, once again, thank you very much. Thanks also to Carsten for being with us here this afternoon. And for all of you that were following us and attending this session, thank you very much for being there. Once again, thanks for Galicia Sportech for having this panel about the European sports hubs, and we will see you around. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Sí, sí, hola, hola, sí, ¿no? ¿A ti te entra? Hola, hola, sí. Vale. Vale, tienes que hacer así, con la configuración de pantalla. Y ahora que ya te van a aparecer todos los inputs, mira, ahí los tienes. Vale, te entra audio, ¿no? Bueno, pues
Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Whenever you want, we can start.
Okay, great. Thanks, Lalo.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
all right.
So we go for it, unless anybody confirms or says differently. Are we okay? Ready to go? Yes, I think I think
Yeah.
that. Yes. Okay, so I would like to thanks, of course, the organization for arranging this event, this panel. I find it very personally very interesting. I would like to first introduce Fernanda Reutenberg, Chief Marketing Officer from Colosseum, and she will explain very nicely where she came from, what Colosseum is doing nowadays, particularly in the Middle East and Israel, but also now globally from a sports tech innovation perspective. And we have also with us Mike Young from Aqua Bloom and also Nike Sports Center Innovation in China, and who I also have the pleasure of meeting some years ago. And it's very to be again in touch and talk again today about what are the perspectives from in this case from Asian, Southeast Asia, Chinese perspective with respect to sports tech innovation. Just maybe from my side, very quick introduction. My name is Borja Varela. I'm from a firm called Auto Consulting. We're doing sports innovation around business and commercial and corporate development in the sports industry. So I will start with Fernanda. Fernanda, I will appreciate obviously a very nice introduction from your side, and if you could explain us a little bit on what it's doing and how you're operating there globally.
Sure. First of all, just wanted to say thank you to all the organizers. Borja, Mikey, it's great to see you again after a few months that we haven't spoken. So nice to meet you. I'm Fernanda. I am the CMO of Colosseum Sport, as Borja quickly introduced. I've been in the company for the past 6 years. Now I'm based in Rio, but I used to live in Israel for 5 years. So I guess I know a little bit on the topic that we're talking today. So yeah, Colosseum is a sports innovation hub based in Tel Aviv, Munich, and Rio now. We've been active for the past 8 years in the sports industry. Our main goal is to become this platform for sports executives, organizations, federations, and tech entrepreneurs. And we successfully been doing that through several activities. We have our events just like this one. We have Sports Tech Nation that will be happening in December, so everyone is invited. We have local gatherings that we run every so often in Israel and other cities in the globe. We teach about sports tech management, so we have courses online and in person with several institutions all over the globe. And I think the most important one is the work that we've done with startups and sports organizations throughout this whole process. We have acceleration programs. Right now we have 2 running, one with the Tel Aviv municipality and another one with Startup Nation Central and Axelab, which is a company from Morocco, where we help startups in their innovation journey, on their investments, processes, or whatever they need at the moment. And on the other side, we also help sports organizations overcome their challenges through innovation. We are based on partnerships like ABSG and other several hubs from all over the globe that you guys probably heard from today. I'm very happy to be here, share more about this whole ecosystem and how Israel, the Middle East, has been a key player on the whole thing. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Fernanda. Thank you. Mike, Mike is yours. I would love to hear also from your side.
Okay, thank you, Borja and Fernanda. It's such a great pleasure to be invited to this awesome event. Thank you for having me. My name is Mike Yan, and as Borja mentioned, I'm the founder for Nike Sports Camp Asia and also Aqua Bloom, ABSG. Basically, a little bit of my personal intro. I'm personally in the industry for 30 years now, close to 30 years. Started as an athlete and then coach, and then work in a big corporation like Nike's World Headquarters Innovation Kitchen, and also as a founding director for Leaning North America. And I was very fortunate to be a serial entrepreneur in sports industry in both North America and also Asia as well. And a little bit about ABSG. ABSG is, I would call it as a pioneer sports technology platform that mainly focusing on 5 areas. We aim to create a globalized ecosystem ecosystem. And also, secondly, we provide professional services to different level of companies. And the third, we work with a lot of technology partners, companies to do different kinds of innovation. Fourth, because we are industry driven, we are commercial oriented as well. So we have our own portfolio company that we invest in or created. Right now we have about 8 companies that we operate. And last but not least, we also want to create a financial and capital platform that aim to help the industry. So those are the basic structure. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks. Very interesting. Look, obviously, I mean, I think many people in the audience probably they are interested in knowing a little bit more about because we see a lot of sport hubs around the world, in many different locations, connected to universities, connected to companies. What do you think are the key differences between yours or perhaps the ecosystem in your region? In this case, let's say Israel and China, or we can make it broader, Middle East and Asia. The key difference with respect to other hubs globally. Maybe we can start this time with Mike.
Okay, yes. I think I will respond with few points that, in my opinion, I think Asia's number one. Asia is definitely a fast-growing emerging market on global stage, and although it's very diversified, of course, it might be biased, but in my opinion, I think China market with 1.4 billion consumers, it's one of the probably the biggest single emerging market. Okay, and I would say, for example, the industry GDP grew from 1 trillion to close to 5 trillion RMB in the last decade, and I think in the next 10 years it will grow even faster. That's my feeling, and technology and innovation definitely play a very big part. And another point I want to mention is, I think in this market, governments still play a huge role in terms of creating the policy, creating, supply on the major funding to lead the industry growth, and also give the funding to a lot of organization like school-based innovation hub or state-owned enterprises. So, for example, Shanghai Sports University, or I was just attending a Taiwan accelerator. Those are all funded by government. Yeah. So those are some of the points I'd like to share.
Fernanda, now we hear is the case. Thanks, Mike. Is the case that also is the same profile when we talk about Israel?
Definitely no, in many ways. We're talking about, like Mikey mentioned, a market size of 1.4 billion people, while Israel, like I'm speaking of Israel, but it's very similar in other countries in the Middle East. It's 9-10 million. So market size, mass adoption is already not something that we can count on. Like the ecosystem for these countries, for this region, are very good for beta side. So that's one characteristic that is very strong in the region. Also, when we're comparing China to Israel on the sports side, China has way more sports rooted in their culture and in their ecosystem than Israel has, although this has changed in the past few years. It wasn't so like 6-7 years ago. Like 2024 was the first time that Israel won more than 2-3 medals in the Olympics. I could be wrong on the numbers, but just to prove the difference in culture as well. So the innovation hubs, especially Colosseum and Hype and others in the area, we are very much backed by the government, and that's very similar. And on strategic partnerships, because our startups cannot count, unfortunately, with only what the country has to offer as the ecosystem. So we start there, we analyze, we plan, we run tests, but we need to make sure that we're here, like Colosseum and others are here to make sure that we're exporting this technology somewhere else. So Israel is a very fruitful country to start with. So like I said, government is always backing up these technologies. There is a deep tech knowledge that I don't think we can see anywhere else. Technology is part of the Israeli of the culture. And then, yeah, next stages is taking these strategic partnerships ahead. So that's why we love working with Mike, with YLab, with the other guys to make sure that our startups and our technologies are being seen and used by other countries and clubs.
Perfect. I know. I look obviously, and we're going according to certain script, let's say, and we are making some rhetoric questions that I think probably many people in the audience, they feel there's obvious sides. For instance, as you mentioned, the size comparison between Israel and China, or of the markets, and the track record in this case in sports in both cases. But I think it's indeed, and I can also put my 5 cents on that obviously both are powerhouses. Both countries are very relevant globally from a technology perspective in general, not only with respect to sports. Israel is very known, obviously, in cybersecurity, among others, and analytics. And there are many companies that having IPOs in the last years that are being bought by Sportradar, etc., on the analytics side, for instance. So obviously, I think both ecosystems are doing great. When we talk about Middle East and Asia, maybe adding there America. And we later go to the European side, but let's take both at the same time. So Europe and America in comparison with Middle East and Asia, what do you think are the key differences? Perhaps the do's and don'ts, learnings that we should be taking into account when we compare those 3-4 ecosystems.
Do you want to start? Should I take
Fernanda,
it?
please go ahead. Fernanda, go for it now.
Okay, so what I see from the US that is very differently, especially from the Israeli market, is first of all, Israel is mostly like top down, so it comes from government, from academic institutes, and we see another activity happening there. So we see a lot of the clubs, the innovation hubs, they were most born inside of their own federations and leagues, because the sports is so strong and it's so VC backed, and the leagues have so much money and entertainment and monetization channels that are not often seen in Israel and the Middle East. Now it's changing a lot, especially Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, but Israel hasn't changed that much yet. So one thing that we've learned is how strong they are when it comes to building their own innovation hubs inside of their own teams. The amount of VC-backed investment that exists. And when it comes to Europe, if we bring them to the conversations and how we can learn from them, is the sustainability processes that they have in place. We see with La Liga and Spain is very good, especially in the financial sustainability when it comes to technology, sports, and all of that, and how they are also studying from grassroots-based sports. That's also something that is pretty impressive in the European market that we often don't see it here. While Israel is very strong in deep tech and all of that, there's still very much on the investment and investment practices and so on that we can take from there.
Perfect. Thanks, Fernanda. Mike,
awesome. Okay. Yeah, this awesome question. I would, as of right now, ABSG actually signed strategic partnership with close to 30 countries now, and so we feel there's quite a lot of differences, in different region. And I would definitely, as mentioned in the last question, I feel most of the innovation hub in Asia, especially in Greater China, right now are funded by government or academics. But I feel Europe, US are much more diversified. You got investment fund center, you got league, event or a center, you got athlete center, corporate, the federations. So we see way more diversification and very exciting ecosystem. Yeah, and I think Asia, ABSG is actually one of the few, I would say one of the very few that are self-funded, and industry driven. So that is one of the biggest differences that I see. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. You mentioned both of you and a relationship in this case between Colzone and Aqua Bloom. Have you seen in the tech startup sports tech ecosystems more similar partnerships between Israeli entities and in this case Chinese entities? Are you seeing this more like your partnership between your organizations more like a exceptional situation, or is more common than expected? Maybe Fernanda?
I think it's a pretty common practice in the market to have these partnerships, and I think we are enablers when it comes to that. I think one big advantage of sports innovation hubs is the ability of us not only gathering the network and community, but also the knowledge from everywhere. So I think that's where lands the great relationships that we have with, like I mentioned, with this many hubs and this many countries as well, and the ability of bringing the startups abroad is because there are these enablers like Holcim, like ABSG, like Arena Hub, like Galicia, and so on, that they allow us not only to enter these markets, but know exactly their way into them. So there are several challenges Israeli company to China, but Mikey and his teams, for example, allow us to do that more smoothly and more rightfully.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mike,
Yeah.
thoughts on that?
Can you do you mean the Israel and China market? I think what Fernanda says right on. I mean, like our partnership with Colosseum, between ABSG and Colosseum has been a few years now, and I think we always support each other in terms of different project or event, and we definitely aim to build a bridge, whether it's co-investment or projects that wants to come over to China or vice versa, China company or investor want to look into Israel and the region. So it's a wonderful example. And also from our own experience, we are probably one of the very early investor into some Israel platform, and we did some good, I would say, a good case before. We did an incubator, and hundreds, few hundreds of companies actually apply because they are all interested to come to this market. And certainly you need a local partner who has the resource, has the channel, and has the insight and know-how, and also different level. But I would say, it's definitely I would say probably maybe beyond startup stage, because I think scaled up stage will be ideal. When they are, we definitely encounter a few of a very good Israel scale up stage, and actually unicorns as well, like Pixela, right? Pixela has a big got investment from China, from Baidu, and then has a lot of business here. So there's a lot of good examples. Yeah.
Perfect. Just conscious of the time, I'm going to maybe just fire a couple of questions. I will start with Aqua Bloom with Mike, and then later we'll go to Fernanda with Colosseum. Just Mike, could you tell us a little bit about how, in detail, how the hub works? What are the startups that you are prioritizing? And maybe a couple of examples of applied innovation use cases, and if applicable in those cases, what kind of partnerships, or a couple of examples also of partnerships with clubs and leagues or other stakeholders in your ecosystem. Maybe we could touch base on those, and then we later touch similar points with Fernanda.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, as in the intro mentioned, we have major 5 category. Actually, I see them as like 5 vehicle for what we like to achieve in the long term. And for ecosystem, we definitely like to continue to make new friends around the world who has the same passion for sports technology and bring the world closer. The second area, professional services, we definitely do a lot of like investment matching, business matching, and we basically have three kinds of model. There's one model we call eco member. So eco member right now we have close to 100 companies from different parts of the world, and we don't charge them, but we actually would offer them first right of opportunity. For example, if there's a major event here, we're looking for certain type of technology solution, we definitely notify our eco member first, or a certain investor we're looking for certain project. So that's one. The other is deeper. We call exclusive partnership. Okay, so some partner we just click really well, and so we will have deeper relationship like exclusive partnership. And the last one is the closest is joint venture. I'll give you an example. Recently, through Nike Cam US partner, they introduced a very good company called Bology, and they already have very solid business in the US, but they want to expand to Asia and maybe internationally. So we form a joint venture together, and that company is actually the joint venture company already valued at 100 million right now, and we recently got investment from some US big corporation too. So that is another example of how we operate. And in terms of professional service, we aim to focus on three areas. How can we give the startups or partners market expansion, empowerment, or capital empowerment? Like we are based in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is one of the biggest financial center with a lot of family office or funds that interested in sports, although it's pretty new for them. So our platform could be valuable. And the last but not least, there's a lot of good technology company here want to enter sports industry too. So those are the three key things we focus on. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Maybe just a follow on that. You mentioned obviously the ecosystem. Anything that you could add on clubs and leagues connection with specific clubs, whether in China or outside of China?
Yeah, certainly. We are connected with so many different partners. In our design, we actually focusing on 8 elements for ecosystem, like government, media, and what you mentioned, clubs, leagues. These are we think them as a market application or market channel. So we have quite a bit of those. Recently, we actually have the fortune to work with IOC founded ThinkSport, probably a lot of friends here knows, and we create a project called Global Sport AI and Robotic Innovation Challenge. And within few weeks, actually, we leverage what we accumulated in our ecosystem. We got about 40, close to 45 supporting partners from all different, including, let's say, Hong Kong Olympic Committee background association, or different, many different kinds of partners. Yeah.
Perfect. So we go now with you. Thank you, Mike and Fernanda. So similar questions, slightly different. So obviously you mentioned Israel is very relevant in the sports ecosystem from a sports technology perspective, and underlining specifically the word technology. I think that is a very huge differentiator. How do you think that Israel became such a sports tech epicenter? And if you can just illustrate a little bit about the fan engagement, sports betting, broadcasting, certain technologies that they are basically very known through Israeli companies. Which, as I mentioned before, some of them are being already exited, that they're being already sold to large corporations. Can you tell us a little bit about that and about how you are supporting that and within your ecosystem and also for emerging startups?
Yeah, sure. So we need to go back a little bit, like on what I said in the beginning, where sports might not be the strongest suit of the Israeli ecosystem, while technology is. Like technology is rooted on the in the entire ecosystem. We always tell the story that Israel has one car that they ever created, and the car doesn't really work, and it was terrible. But there are several technologies like Mobileye, Move It, Waze that helps the automotive market. So it's kind of similar in a way to the sports in a much different scale. While now there's a lot more investment coming to the sports market, technology has always been the strongest suit there. So even the athletes, for example, over the course of the 8 years that we've been active in the market, we've worked with athletes from different sports, whether it's football or volleyball or hockey, whatever it is. They also have this entrepreneurial side to them. So an example of someone that has been working with clothing for so many years was Shi Kellner. She was a judoka, a professional one, but she's now an entrepreneur, and we see that very often. So all of that to say that technology has always been a big or the main part of the Israeli culture. They didn't have water. They need to find a way to have water back in the days, and it's the same thing happening and sports technology. So we see like how strong we are in deep tech through like media and broadcasting companies, for example, LiveView and Pixelot and Minute Media. There are already like huge influences on all aspects of the sports market. We also see like betting making their way into the market, and fan engagement with Sopico being bought by Sports Radar and so on. So there are several examples of that. And like I said, we use Israel and the Middle East as a beta site. So it's very good that we take these technologies, we teach them their ways into the sports market through Israel, allowing them to grow bigger and further when it comes to the European, Chinese, Asian, US market. So that's how we've been active for so long, is to making sure that we're first getting them, teaching them here, incubating or accelerating whatever fits best on their schedule, and then taking them outside and having this influence on the international market. Like we've done with Pixelot, for example. We've been with them since 2011. Oren has been with them for a long time. So it's a good example. But we have iBrain Tech that Mike knows very well as well, that we've introduced them in the past, which is athlete performance. Technology is rooted on that. So Colosseum has only the job of understanding what's there and how we can introduce them to their best leads possible.
Great, perfect. And that just also following on that one, with respect to the acceleration model of your organization, how are you supporting those emerging startups? Because you mentioned, like you gave the example of Pixelot. Obviously, there are many others, but how are you supporting that travel, that long process for the startup going, let's say, growing Israel, going international commercially, but also the fundraising side? What is special of your model and perhaps of the Israeli model in comparison with other models? And maybe just linking questions, acceleration model and also innovation model. So how the startups are actually, why are they different? How are they approaching the market and the fundraising differently, in this case, from China and from Israel perspective in comparison with other startups in the world? Maybe Fernanda.
Yeah, so speaking on the acceleration programs, we have two ways of working with startups. So we have acceleration programs, like for example, now we have one with Startup Nation Central, which is also kind of innovation hub. It's a public entity from Israel, and Axel Lab, which is a Moroccan company. So we found a gap there between the two countries, and we decided to build a program together. So that's an example of what we can do like to grow these companies internationally, and maybe thinking that Africa wasn't something that they seen as a possibility before, but through this process and through this program, and with the help of leaders in both countries, we're doing so. So mentorship programs, investment helps, and knowledge sharing. We also do something similar with the Tel Aviv municipality, so that's more local, allowing the startups to work with the venues in Tel Aviv, so then they can scale up to venues across the globe, and also on one-on-one, kind of like consulting basis projects that we do with startups, like I mentioned Pixelot, but iBrainTech is another example that they've been with us since day zero, where they've now raised over $20 million, and we've been with them since they had zero money in their bank account. So we are supporting the startups however they see fit and how they approach us. Of course, we have all the filtering systems that we've put in place over the past few years. And when it comes to innovation models, I think Mikey said just right a few questions back, where both Israel and China, they are backed up heavily by the government, by academic institutes. Well, we see that differently in the US, for example, where the leagues and the federations, they have a lot of money to put in and invest on their own investment hubs. So I think that the difference is that there's a broader view when it comes to innovation models, since you are working with the country and with the ecosystem, while some of the innovation hubs in the US. I'm not saying that's bad. That's not bad at all. That's very good for the clubs, where they have a more biased look into the innovation because they're looking inside to the outside, while we are looking to the outside to the inside. So open innovation is a huge thing in Israel and China. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
No, very interesting, and I recognize that definitely. And Mike, would you like to touch on from your perspective on the innovation model?
Yes, certainly. I feel China, the innovation model, for example, for elites, athletes, or big events, still very top down. Okay, just give you an example for if there's any R&D project, the central government probably will give the funding to, say, Beijing Sports University or Tsinghua University, some of the professors. But for startup to be involved, I think, first of all, you need to be in I call them the trust circle. You know, that's important. You build the relationship on daily basis. And then for our platform, I think how we help is we have since we have some vehicles or entities, if we find some very suitable startup, we will incorporate them into our own project for commercial purpose. You know, one example is recently we have a 3D production meta type of a technology company, then we incorporate into our media driven company. Okay, and another example is China, one advantage is it has probably the most complete intelligent manufacture industry or chain. So we actually also very fortunate to have a joint venture with Fastcom Group, one of the department of Fastcom Group, and now we are already serving some European client, for their hardware or intelligent manufacture needs. So those are the things that some of our vehicle can provide a value. Yeah.
Yeah. Just going to a point that we touched before with respect to the clubs and the leagues. Mike, you mentioned indeed the relation that you have with multiple clubs, multiple organizations from Hong Kong to say globally, obviously in your area of most. Maybe we missed that also from Fernando. Fernando, could you tell us a little bit about the connection that you have with clubs and leagues? Again, knowing obviously the situation in Israel, the global market, etc. How are you operating that also with the presence of Coliseum in Germany, in Brazil, besides Israel? How are you engaging with clubs and leagues globally?
Yeah, I think even before the whole situation in the past couple of years, we've built a solid foundation that allowed us to continue these relationships. And one of the reasons why I moved back and we have now opened an office in Munich is to allow us to enlarge, to grow our international community. But we've been doing this connection since day zero. Oren, for example, our founder, was a board member for the Barca Innovation Hub for many years, which allow us to have a large influence in the Spanish market. And we are in a daily contact with several clubs and federations that are, become our friends, honestly. I think that's the beauty of the sports tech community. It's a community, so everything is based on networking and the friends we make in the way. So yeah, we've kept, especially through Sports Tech Nation, which I mentioned in the beginning, is our flagship event that happens every year, and now is in Munich. Also for strategic reasons, it allowed us to reach out to these leagues and federations that sometimes, like location wise, might be very far, but we all come together and experience it. And learn from each other. So yeah, we're all the time reaching out to these people. We have our large network of leaders that we've grown in the past, a lot of people that trusted us and we trust them. So yeah, it's all about partnership. It's all about putting your face out there and making sure that you're connecting with these guys and learning their challenges. I think one thing that I've learned all these years is that going to the club and learning their needs is better than you just bringing the technology to them and not knowing if it's relevant for them or not. So that's something that we valued a lot, and that's why we call them friends, because they allow us to learn the inside scoops as well. So also give the other way around, where the startups already come with a purpose to the meetings. So yeah, I mean, it's all about contacts and all about partnerships, and having these key leaders in the markets like Mikey, like Galicia, and so on, are also a huge part of the success of these partnerships that we've done all these years.
Beautiful. Thanks, Fernanda. I will just taking a look at the time. We have 4 minutes to wrap up. Maybe just two last questions. And I will actually, in line with you just mentioned, Fernanda, I will touch base also, maybe some learnings that we can take from the European perspective. I mean, in my case, being a Galician and Spaniard based in Amsterdam, I definitely can recognize some of the elements that you mentioned, Fernanda, particularly as a, let's say, small country, territory looking globally, and the ambition of that. Just as I mentioned, two last questions, future trends. So future trends, we obviously overwhelmed nowadays with not only in sports tech, but in technology in general, about AI. Everything became now all of a sudden AI. What was before just a B2B SaaS, now it's an AI B2B SaaS, et cetera, et cetera. Content distribution platforms, obviously in the sports tech is seeing everything looks AI, everything looks like connected to blockchain, Web3. Maybe there was a bubble a couple of years ago, a little bit more quiet now. Esports gaming, obviously there are many projects going on globally. Saudi Arabia is becoming an esports hub with a large investment around esports and gaming. Middle East has been already, let's say, relevant in this. Asia also, not only China, but South Korea, etc. So what is your view on future trends? I will start with Mike. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. Well, in terms of technology for the future trend, we do believe we identify 6 core major technology that I think it's changing the world already, and of course to our beloved sports industry. And I think they are AI and robotic and Web3, meta, biotech, and fintech. You know, we see a lot of successful cases around the world, and I think it will continue to amplify in the next 5-10 years. And innovation has many definition. I think in our view, there's technology itself innovation, and then there's application innovation, and there's a business model innovation, right? And so different technology has very unique use for different. For example, I feel Web3 is huge. I mean, especially if you want to use it for targeting Generation Alpha, the young audience. I think that is a wonderful technology. So AI will be great for the precision, right? Like we work with ByteDance, they are so good at precisely targeting the right people. So anyway, I feel those are very exciting time for all of us. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Fernanda, your view on that?
Yeah, adding on to what I 100% agree with what Mikey said. I think these are the core technologies that are making the impact and their way into sports and all the other markets. I think and Oren, our CEO, is in parallel on another event with Plug and Play in Munich, talking about that, and I was super in depth on that yesterday as I was working on his presentation. It's with Sports Innovation Lab has been talking about that for years, about defense-centric. And I think what we are seeing now is not really a trend, but a new reality. Fans are way more in the middle of everything. They are dictating the trends. They are talking about what technologies work for them, how the clubs and leagues and all the sports are monetizing through them. So I think adding to what Mikey said is we need to put an eye on them, especially when we're developing new technologies and seeing what is working. The athletes, they hold the data, the fans hold the data, and data has always and will always been the queen of it all. So we need to figure it out what these new Gen Zs and Gen Alpha and whatever comes in the future are thinking and talking about. They are way more impactful in our community and our markets than we think. So yeah, I think other than this deep tech, we need to take a look in the trends that are being set by the end consumer, because they are changing the whole thing. The way we consume, the way we practice, the way we do sports. So yeah, that's how I see the next few years developing when it comes to trends and technologies.
Perfect. I think we have just we are about the last minute of to wrap up, and then just to wrap up, what is your view, maybe learnings or your vision? How should be a relationship, a collaboration between Europe and, in this case, respectively the Middle East and the Asian hubs? How you envision that collaboration? Maybe Fernanda, we start with you.
I think there's only to gain. They have several, like we discussed this on this talk, there are several areas that we are different and that we are similar, but we can only gain from each other, especially when it comes to mass adoption from one side, better side from the other. So just wanted to say that we are here however we can serve the sports tech community, and however we can be these enablers, whether it's through knowledge, whether it's through connections. It's just taking advantage of the people you know. That's something that I particularly have celebrated and value a lot over this past few years, and that's how I see only this tech market growing even bigger, is through these discussions that we have here, is through emails, LinkedIn messages, whatever it is, and that's how we help these markets to grow and the startups to thrive. So yeah, I don't think it's a competition. I think we just have to add to one another, and we need to take advantage of that. So these are my 2 cents. I'll be happy to connect with everyone, and always be in touch with these guys. Love having the opportunity to share the sports tech community with them, and that's the beauty. It's a community, so let's celebrate it.
Perfect. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you very much. And Mike, on your side.
Okay. Just quickly, totally agree what Fernanda said. It's certainly not a competitor. I think among different regions, we have the opportunity to make it a huge, flat market together. Synergize different strengths, and we see huge advantages and strength from Europe, from say US, and different regions around the world. And I think we are the bridge builder here. That's how I like to see we build a bridge. So a lot of the funding, the knowledge, the know-how, the project can go through this bridge to develop the global sports and sports technology industry together, hand in hand. I think, and mechanism-wise, I feel, of course, like those kind of event is very meaningful, and also we can provide different, I think, professional service system, trade mission, co-investment, accelerator, all kinds of methods are very useful, and also building branch office or center would be awesome as well. So I think there's many ways to do it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. And let's just end with that idea of each building. And I think it's a very nice concept to wrap up and to keep in mind. Thank you again, Mike and Aqua Bloom from the Colosseum. Thank you very much for joining this session. Of course, thank you to Galician Sportech Congress and the organizers for inviting us, inviting me to moderate this panel. Greetings from Amsterdam, from Galicia. Muchas gracias. And with this, back to you guys. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank you so
everyone.
much. Yeah.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Okay. All the best.